in attendance, Barbara Pryor, and Gay White. So we really appreciate your attendance today, and thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate it. So,
Thank you.
we're also pleased to announce today the president of PBS from Washington, D.C., Paula Kerger, is here. And with her is Susie Elkins and Becky Magura. We really appreciate all three of you guys coming, and we look forward to hearing from you soon. Everyone was sent the minutes of the last meeting. Did everybody receive those and had time to look at them?
Yes.
Yes.
Do I have a motion to approve them as submitted?
I move. So move.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Any discussion on any of it? Motion made and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. As you see on the agenda, today is my last day as chair of this committee and this commission. It's been a long time, the 8 years that I've been on this commission. It's seen a lot going on. We've seen from AETN to ARPBS, or PBS-AR, and then we have also now Arkansas TV. Lots gone on. But today being my last day on the commission after 8 years, we have to select a new chair. Do I hear any nominations for a new chair?
I would like to make a motion.
All right.
I move to nominate Gary Newton as our new chairman of our commission.
Okay. Have a motion on the floor for Gary Newton. Do I hear it?
Second.
Has a second. Do I hear any of the nominations? All in favor of Gary Newton? Say aye.
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 All opposed? Gary, congratulations. You are the new chair. I will pass the gavel to you in just a second. We have to also elect a vice chair. Do I hear any nominations for vice chair or any volunteers?
I'd like to nominate Dan Clemmer for vice chair.
And Clemmer.
I second.
We have a motion and a made and a second. Do I have any other discussion? Anybody else? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All in favor, say nay. Okay, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And we need
I didn't expect that.
our secretary treasurer. Do I have any nominations?
Do we have to?
I nominate Ann Cowie.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
And congratulations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Congratulations, Ann. Today is a interesting day that we're going to be having. We've got a lot of people outside that are going to come in and say hello, and some of our folks here from Washington to say hello. But for right now, I'm going to pass the gavel over to Gary, and Gary, you can come take the chair right here.
He's like, not wasting a minute.
No, the gavel is turned over to Gary. I'll need to move my little name. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna get to sit by 10 feet now.
Now I gotta behave.
You know, I think it's important to pause for a moment and recognize Woody's service. He was appointed to this commission in December of 2018 by Governor Asa Hutchinson and has served with distinction, always with honor, integrity, and Woody, we could not be more grateful for your service and for your leadership during
Thank
this
you, Gary.
time.
That's very nice. Thank you, Gary.
We also need to acknowledge the service of Annette Harrington. Many of us were unaware that Annette had resigned, was it in October?
December.
It was in December, that's right, where our last meeting was in December. But Annette was one of, if not the longest serving, one of the longest serving commissioners in this commission's history. She was actually appointed in March of 2012 by Governor Beebe, and then was reappointed in 2020 by Governor Hutchinson.
That's right.
and then, of course, served until the very end of 2025. So we thank Annette for her service, which included service as chair, maybe more than once, I don't know.
No, just once.
One time. And we anticipate that Governor Sanders will appoint her successor, who will serve the remainder of her term, which ends in 2027. And Woody, your term ends later this month, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, actually, the 8 years was in December.
Oh, it was in December, okay. Very good.
Well, thank you, Annette.
Yes, thank you.
With that, we'll move into reports.
Okay.
Or,
Yeah,
we have the list here. We have several reports. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reports, and then we'll consider approving those reports all in one fell swoop at the end. So let's begin with key accomplishments.
Sajni, you tell me when to cue.
Thank you. So we thought we would share a little bit about what we've done since the last 3 months since we've seen you. And that's the first clip. So this is just the things that happened. One of the really nice things that we did is we went to the Capitol and filmed the choirs that came in from K-12 schools all around the state. 24,000 people tuned in to see their kiddos on the stream, and a lot of them really can't get there otherwise, so to be able to put this. And then you'll see some other clips of things that happened in the last 3 months.
It's tough to make it out of South Arkansas. I'm good at football. That's what I'm good at. That's what I know how to do. This is my ticket to get out of war. And that's one thing that I use. And it means more to us down there. It just means more.
Football has been the ticket to a much better life for a lot of kids in those football towns of rural Arkansas. Not just a sport, but part of the fabric that holds that whole town together.
Warren is going to continue to produce great talent. And I truly believe that the sky's the limit for that football program down there.
Gary and I called against fictitious football scores of the Village Academy Beavers, a make-believe football team that did not exist. We had a great program for 4 years until we got shut down.
Hello again, everyone, and thanks for joining us for Arkansas Week.
We have a public library funded by public dollars. People don't get enough emphasis on the importance of learning and literacy for their children. Libraries were instituted to help educate the populace. Regardless of your economic status, everyone had access to the same information.
We are learning to talk to each other. We're learning to listen to the stories of the other people so that we aren't just judging them as the enemies and realizing that we can work together across our political divides.
We're here to announce a pilot program in Pulaski, Union, and Pope counties called the 1033 Initiative. Not a handout, but a hand up. We don't just give you money. We'll connect you with a community advocate provided through one of our faith and nonprofit partners. We'll help address the other issues that you might face, whether you need housing, health care, or employment.
It is my honor and privilege to invite you to join us to listen to Sounds of the Season.
A little bit longer.
Go ahead. I want to jump in real quick. There was a couple of those things were pretty fascinating, but one thing I wanted to draw your attention to with our Arkansas Week, it's one of the longest running programs on Arkansas Public Television. We had the experience to be able to demonstrate what public television can do in bringing people together. We had two people with very different viewpoints on a key issue regarding our libraries. We had State Senator Dan Sullivan and also Nate Coulter of the Central Arkansas Library System, who had different viewpoints on an issue, but we were able to bring them together. They both willingly came, they shared their opinions, and then anybody who followed either one of those camps learned something about the other camp and came away more knowledgeable about that and seeing each other not as enemies, but as people with a mutual goal who have different ideas on how to get there. And so, and then the whole thing was moderated by Robert Steinbach, who also has opinions on this as well. But that whole thing in Arkansas Week demonstrated what public television can do in bringing people together. And then the next segment was the people from Braver Angels who teach civil discourse across, and that actually happened, the scheduling, just because there was one person who wasn't able to make it. They ended up being on the same show, but what a microcosm of what we can do. So I just wanted to highlight that especially.
I missed that. Can I access
Absolutely.
that? I thought so, but I haven't sat down to do that.
Yeah.
So, yes, so we're going to show you, this is a little bit longer. These are the shows that are coming up. They are in our new local production lineup for this year, and so much so, right now at noon today, we tip off for basketball. So many of the team are over in Hot Springs, and we'll join them after this. So, yes, I'll let you see the video, and we'll talk a little bit about some of them that will be series that are coming up.
From the first time you picked up a basketball at 4 years old, you've been dreaming about this moment. All that stands between you and being a hometown hero for life is 32 minutes.
Inbound to Burgess, goes up. It's pandemonium at Bank OZK Arena.
2026 Centennial Bank State Basketball Finals from Bank OZK Arena in Hot Springs. All the excitement tips off on March the 12th and runs all weekend long. For all the ways to watch, just log on arkansastv.gov/sports.
We always wanted to do something for the community and for the kids because, you know, Austin and I went to a lot of camps.
That was one of our first things, you know, talking about, you know, we wanted to come back here and do these camps.
We really take pride in the development of the kids and the players.
And we have some excellent coaches that come from all over the country.
Meeting other people, building bonds with these other people.
We want to show those kids that it's possible to go live your dream. Don't let anybody tell you anything different.
It's just the game, the atmosphere, the sounds. I like to hear the cracks of the bat, pop of the glove, and the crowd cheering. Special to me in baseball, you know.
I mean, he reminded me a lot of myself when I was a teenager in high school, just head over heels for the game of baseball.
For him to be able to come on our broadcast at Division I level and not only keep up, but be good at it, super impressive.
It was honestly shocking. I mean, you just don't let a 16-year-old kid go hang out in your press box, you know.
Dallas did a terrific job taking the weight off of my shoulders and that I could bounce off of for 2 to 3 hours and then just enjoy calling a ball game with. Yeah, he just so happened to be visually impaired.
As Jack Klein gets going with a swinging strikeout fastball upstairs.
And what a great way to open for Jack Klein.
Yeah, what a great way to open indeed. Top 10 in the OVC in strikeouts, and he adds another one to his season.
And as I said a million times, I would love to see another home run. So let's see if Martinez can do that.
Are you ready for Quiz Bowl 2026? It's the most exciting academic competition of the year, and it is live right here on Arkansas TV. It's the Arkansas Governor's Academic Competition Quiz Bowl 2026 State Championships. Schools from all over the state square off right here in this studio to see who will come out on top. Don't miss a single question. Tune in or stream Saturday, April 25th, starting at 9 a.m.
Hi, I'm Maureen Glisovic with the Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas, and we're gearing up for you to watch some of the brightest students in our state compete in the 2026 Arkansas State Spelling Bee from the 4-H Center in Little Rock. Join us on April 2nd at 7 p.m. to spell along and be part of the fun.
So today was the first annual
Harvest for Hope event. There's so much going on in agriculture right now, so we talked about what could we do to have an immediate impact for farmers. So we said, let's put a concert together and let's have it for to raise awareness of a topic that not a lot of farmers want to talk about.
So many people across the state support Arkansas agriculture, and we need to, because we don't just feed our families, we feed the state, we feed the United States, and we feed the world right here in Arkansas.
My drawings were trying to visualize what my brain is going through on a day-to-day basis. We lived in a very loving household, incredibly hardworking. I'm very social, so making friends wasn't an issue for me growing up. I remember vividly going through the hallways and introducing myself to literally everybody, because I wanted everybody to think I was like weirdly social, so I would go up to people and say, "Hi, my name is Max." I had no outside factors contributing to my thoughts of suicide. I just wanted to get rid of me. The thought of living with myself was impossible to me. It was something that I just never wanted to process ever again.
Well, this really reflects what campaigning means for families. And so in 2006, my granddaughter, Ella Beth, campaigned for me. You can see her holding the sign on election day as they go to vote.
And how old is she right there?
Well, she's probably about 5 or a little bit younger, because 8 years later, this is Ella Beth, and she's in my campaign commercials where I was promoting computer coding in every high school, which we led the nation in. And then after the election, she sent this to me with both pictures, and it says, "Win or lose, I always look up to you, Papa." And that's what they called me. I love Ella Beth, but it means a lot to me, showing the highs and lows of campaigning, but the consistency of family.
Hey, Arkansas, think healthy food means bland food? Bless your heart. Not on my watch. On Arkansas Taste Kitchen, we're cooking up meals that are good for you, easy on your wallet, and taste amazing. Local chefs, real ingredients, zero judgment, just good food. It's all coming up on Arkansas Taste Kitchen, and bring your appetite.
Hey there, I'm Brett Eiler, and there is nothing I love more than waking up each day in the beautiful state of Arkansas and taking life by the horns. And there's nothing I hate more than doing any of that on an empty stomach. So come with me as I set out on a tasty road trip to uncover the friendliest folks and favorite flavors across the natural state. I'm learning the stories and meeting the people behind Arkansas's best dishes on Taste Buds, only on Arkansas TV.
Just look around and see if there's anything out of the ordinary. Max, you won't believe what I just saw. Are you okay? Bart, speak to me. Little Barry, you're not making any sense. We gotta go hide the spaceship.
Completely hidden. No one will ever know there was a spaceship here.
The computer aboard our ship can do many wonderful things.
Rocks down by the C-R-E-E-K. Creek.
What is a cookie?
What are cookies? Oh, you guys are gonna love it here.
Of shows, and we'll talk a little bit about some of them. I'm going to pass to you for some of them too. Taste Buds, it's a new show, kind of going around the state, visiting restaurants, visiting the people in that city, and also the people that congregate in those restaurants and hearing their stories. It did really well. We did a sneak peek last week, and seems like everybody loves it because they get to see their hometowns.
I want to compliment you personally on that. It was
Did you
great.
see it? Thank you. Yes, and I think that that's a way for us to get out in the state and spotlight some of these things. It actually, Arkansas is one of those states you can drive almost anywhere from every state. So you could decide to go on a Saturday and visit some of these places. So this was one of them that the audience, we asked them, survey, Lindsay asked, what restaurants, over 500 people responded with their favorite restaurants. So we have a long list for that to go on for a while.
And there's one spot in there that really just kind of highlights what hometowns mean to people. When you get to that last segment in Blytheville, and I mean, that just hits you in the heartstrings about how much that gathering point and family is there. It was very, very touching. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're excited. We're going out to 6 more restaurants soon. So Arkansas Taste Kitchens, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
We kind of previewed this in our last meeting, but now we have shot 15 episodes. The first one is ready to roll. And this is aimed at a very key demographic in Arkansas to help people on budgets eat healthy. And that is an absolute need that we have in this state. We've gathered, we've got a master chef, of which there are only 3 in Arkansas. I mean, that is a very, very high level of chef. And so we've got the master chef, Chef Robert. Alyssa is our chief dietitian from UAMS. And then, of course, joined by Craig O'Neill to keep everything lively. But they play together very well. And
The chief eater?
The chief eater, yes, he is. Yeah. And he has this little way of, that's a 4 yums. I think he rates everything there. So everything passed his approval. But it was just it's a great, it's very well put together by the people who did the work on this show. But it fills a huge need for the state of Arkansas. And again, this is a program that I had thought years ago would be great. It doesn't quite meet the needs on commercial television, but it is absolutely perfect for public television.
Did I see mac and cheese in that?
You did? Yes, that was the first. See, we're
Healthy
shattering,
mac and cheese. Healthy mac and
shattering
cheese.
stereotypes. Yeah.
Another one, you saw the spelling bee. This is our first year of airing that. We're embargoed because evidently on a regional level, they use the same words for those other regionals. So we are going to wait and broadcast that on April 2nd. You saw a little bit of Blueberry. How can you miss her? But she is in her 5th season, and everyone loves her. She's had 11 Emmy nominations and 4 wins. She is coming back this year with a new topic, which is the science of reading. So literacy focused, phonics and vocabulary, which we can do very well on video. So we're very excited for her 5th season to start, and I think we're giving a sneak peek at the end of March, and then it'll come out in the summer. Then oral history, you saw the conversation with Asa Hutchinson. That is a new series. So he is the pilot of it. You want to talk a little bit about that?
We have a great opportunity with a wonderful public servant. I had a long interview. We could put together a 2-hour special just on what we did there. We've also lined up Governor Mike Beebe will be next. Virginia Walden Ford, a pioneer in education. We've got those will be our next couple, and we've got some good folks that have seen or created history in Arkansas, and we'll hear from their unique viewpoints in this series as well. So we're very excited about that. And then, one thing on the Harvest for Hope. Not sure if you recognize the lead singer for the band Triple Nickel. That is our U.S. Congressman from the 1st District, Congressman Crawford.
And he wrote that song.
He wrote that song. Yes. In fact, Harvest for Hope came about, initially he just thought, I'll write a song and that'll help get the word out for the needs in agriculture in Arkansas. And then they started thinking, hey, we could actually do a little bit more with this. And so they put together an entire concert around the Pecan Festival that's there in Keogh, and it ended up being an amazing event. And so that will also debut here shortly in a few weeks.
Great.
Yep.
Great. So that's what we have coming up. Of course, we'll let you know as each episode premieres and things like that. And is this my slide too? Okay, so I'm going to go to the next one, which is education. We have a very large education department, 19 people who work in there. They're a cross-sectional team of video producers and licensed educators, and some IT folks are in there. So Ideas is the most used online professional development portal in the state of Arkansas. We have over 100,000 educators who use it and school support staff. And this is our 21st year. And we are proud to say we have provided, so teachers can get their license, over 4.6 million credit hours since the inception of this project. What do? We do mostly topics, and you saw one in the video reel on teen suicide. So those topics to keep our children safe in the classroom so they can focus on their studies. And so some of the topics that we do, long form content, is child abuse, anti-bullying, teen prevention, suicide, school safety, human trafficking, and so on. And you saw the story of Max, who he is great. He actually helps kids now, from his experience of when he was suffering through that. And I also want to mention, I forgot to mention Dallas, who you saw in the reel, who is from the Arkansas School for the Blind. It's very special. You can watch the whole segment after it airs on basketball this Saturday. He's broadcasting. He's an anchor on our KATV now, and he uses Braille to be an anchor, and it's just so special, and he's 16 years old. So please tune in and see that story. The two other things I just wanted to spotlight, because they're very special, we, in partnership with 250 Commission, we wrote 2 books to celebrate the America's 250th anniversary. Both books they have like 2 Labradors, Semi and Quinn for semi-quincentennial, but we matched them up with 2 of our Mystery League characters, Millie and Mike. So one is about a history hunt to learn a little bit about our history, and the other one is focused on our beautiful natural state and what you can find if you go out and do things. So I'm very proud, 200,000 copies in partnership with the 250 Commission. They have funded that. Will get in the hands of every kindergarten through 2nd grade student this summer. So, yes. And then,
Well, I'm going to give Sajni a break now. That's a tough act to follow. There's a lot of work going on in production and education.
Question, I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
How is our progress on making ideas available to the private? Is this?
Yeah, that's a good segue. So yes, this is a project in partnership between the marketing team and our web developers and the education team. So to address making sure that homeschool educators, micro school educators, no matter what kind of educator you are, all of the resources that we have been part of and in partnership with ADE, that would be easily searchable and usable by anybody. So I'm going to debut just functionality. We're still working on some design enhancements. We, as a team, have decided that it would serve our audience better to have some landing pages where we corral some of these resources so everything's not individual. We started out initially that everything would be individual. So we're making some refinements to this, but I wanted to just show the core functionality, and then we will hop around. So what we wanted to make sure is that as a user, let's say I'm a homeschool educator of a 7th grader, that I could come in and say that I'm looking for resources for grade 7. And for instance, if I was looking for social science, that what shows up for me is relevant to my search. So, and then it will go to a landing page that will have all of the resources again collected there. So we've just got this one example right now, but we are in the process of gathering all of those to make them all landing pages where all of the resources are corralled. So we're excited about, let me go back to my slide. We're excited about how helpful this will be and how resourceful this will be for our audience, and look forward to rolling that out this year. We don't know, the timeline may shift a bit. We've got a lot of other irons in the fire right now, so we're working on it as quickly as possible. Any questions on?
Yes.
Yes.
Two things. When we first began this discussion, we were told that there was a additional cost for users to be able to log in. So has that come to fruition, or is this something that is just open source?
This is open source. So we took the ones, so within the LMS, yes, it would cost us a lot of money to let essentially anyone go in there, because it's used like a university uses Blackboard. It's expensive technology. It's really to assess teachers, grade them before they can get their credit hours. This is a little easier. It's open source. It does not cost. It's a lot of work for the team, but it does not cost us for them to go in there. So we've pulled the content so it's easily used and would not cost money. And typically, like homeschool parents, they don't have to be tested that they learn this content. They can use it as they want to, but it is curriculum driven and will be good content to teach your kids.
Oh, it's definitely more than a step in the right direction. There's great mobility among private school educators going from the private independent schools into districts or open enrollment charters and wanting to maintain licensure and that sort of thing. Does that remain available to them? And the cost of is it the LMS system?
Yes.
Is that borne by Arkansas TV, or is that something that's a grant?
Yes.
That is something that the Department of Education oversees, is that
correct? And private and charter schools are, they can get in ideas. If they're teachers in private schools or charter, they are eligible to go into ideas. So this is more so for the homeschool parent who may not have an AILS number. So all private school teachers have that AILS number that AD has, and so they're let in, and they've always have been in there. And even like the correctional teachers at the correctional facilities can get in ideas. It is just connected to an account that you are a teacher in a charter, private, public school.
And I won't belabor this, but that's why the number 100,000 users really jumped out, because in the public school system, I believe there are around 50,000 educators, something like that.
Correct.
So have we ever, I guess this would be a charge for the Department of Education to make sure that there aren't people on the rolls for which they are paying that are no longer educators, because that is 100,000 is a very high number.
Yes.
If you add in just the private schools on top of the public school educators, you're not going to get to 100,000. So it really is.
Yeah, so the 100,000, and I apologize, it also is school support staff. So it includes bus drivers, counselors, like more than just the teachers in the classroom, counselors, administrators, bus drivers, and so on. So it's anyone who is in a school where they're taking care of children that are not theirs. We have laws that are required that they understand mandated reporting for child abuse, bullying in the school, whether it's private or public, and things like that. So all of them are included. It's not just teachers. Okay. It's the folks that are in the school system. So yes, it could be a counselor or a coach and things like that. Yes. So that's why the number goes higher. This is really about maintaining your teacher's license. So if perhaps if you have a license and you are not working for whatever reason, you decided to stay home with your kids or stuff, you're still allowed in ideas because you have a license and you want to renew your license. And yes, just keep it. I mean, you could go into retirement and decide, you know what, I'm bored at home, I'd like to go back into the school. So they're still allowed in there as long as, you were a licensed teacher. So We don't, yeah, I think they still have an AILS number, even if they decided not to work right then.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Lindsay. Good morning. Welcome to our visitors as well. It's always hard without a sizzle reel for the financial report.
We need to come up with one.
We do. On our first slide here, we're going to discuss the cash balances for a moment. So you can see there the cash balance this is as of December 31st, 2025. So just a couple months back, it's compared to FY25 at the same time period. And you can see our increase is $800,000, but we've got several funds to account for. So in the cash fund, we increased $1.5 million, which at first sounds very, very good. The CSG fund is where we received money from CPB, Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and you can see it's going the other direction. It had a $1.4 million loss because after the Rescissions Act was passed by Congress, we lost the $2.5 million per year of Corporation for Public Broadcasting funding. And then the next one is IDEAS. That's the restricted grant that Sajni just discussed. That grant and that cash is only for the purpose of the restricted grant. It's just a timing difference that's included there, where we had received an advance on the grant right at the end of December, so we hadn't spent that yet. And then the SGR, or State General Revenue Fund, that's where the state taxpayers fund. That one has increased by $213,000, and again, that one was just timing. It was basically where we get our distribution for a month of state general revenue, and so once we pay our monthly expenses and payroll, then that would have cleared. So there's several timing differences there, but the one to note is the large 1.3 to 1.4 decrease in CSG, Corporation for Public Broadcasting funds, because that's starting to show we're reducing our cash balances because we lost that $2.5 million of funding, and also that provided some towards operations in addition to the PBS dues. So we're starting to see that. That's a 2-year grant, so we're really focused on spending that out. We're in the second year as opposed to the cash fund because that grant will expire. So once that's gone, of course, there's no Corporation for Public Broadcasting funding, to come back and refill that fund. I don't have a slide, but the next I'd like to highlight some things out of the financial report. It was the cash basis financial report for 6 months from December 31st of 25, same time period as the cash there, to the period before December 31st, 2024, and revenues and expenditures. The revenues, again, is sort of a repeat because you'll see it in the cash, but our revenues, there was a variance because we only received $15,000 from Corporation for Public Broadcasting instead of $2.5 million. So when Corporation for Public Broadcasting was winding down their operations recently, they had a little bit of cash, excuse me, and they wanted to get that out to the local stations because they had supported local stations with that funding 70% all those years. So we did get just a little bit, but it's just a very small amount compared to our annual amount that we had of $2.5 million per year from that grant. The IDEAS, that revenue increased $613,000, but again, that's timing because of the grant payment we received at the very end of December and had not spent yet. On the expense side, the biggest decrease was the broadcast program license. That is our PBS dues. It also includes some other programming that we acquire and purchase. But the difference there again is timing. So you're hearing me say timing quite a bit. because we receive money from the foundation through membership revenue, and that's helping fund the PBS dues this year, and that has not been paid out yet. So that's what led to our $717,000 of our cash increase that's on the screen. But once we pay that out in March and June, then that will decrease that cash balance, and it will bring the expense back up in line with prior year. Other expenses, really it's the budget reductions that were made across the board, and it's just a lot of those. The biggest budget reduction was what PBS granted us in our reduction of dues for the year. And so that was $413,000. But altogether, we have found a little over $1 million, which we're trying to hold on to. We'll have unexpected expenses, just as always throughout the year, that things come up. But that has also helped us to fund the current year. In the next section, we have a control self-assessment. So the control self-assessment is every 2 years, the state requires that we evaluate our risk and then develop controls to help mitigate those risks, and then resubmit the control self-assessment to the state after it is approved by the commission and accepted. So you have received a copy, which hopefully you had a chance to review. Commissioner Sullivan had a couple of questions. One of those I didn't get to finish answering was about training. And so I was explaining the finance and accounting and procurement. We have ongoing trainings. There's formal training for that. Each area has various training, whether it's formal training or it may just be internal type trainings when we hire new staff. And so each division is responsible for that type of training. But we do have ongoing training, particularly as we hire new staff in. So hopefully that helped with your question. The purpose of the risk assessment is to formally evaluate our system of internal controls, identify the risk, come up with controls that mitigate the risk, and it provides us with some benefits, which is more consciousness of and awareness of our risk and the controls, because that is part of how, on a daily basis, we are changing our procedures to make sure that we're addressing the risks. It also provides reasonable assurance for compliance with rules and regulations and policies and procedures. It helps decrease our potential for fraud and minimizes waste and abuse. And it decreases our potential for legislative audit findings. Our agency does not have any risk in this cycle that requires a cap or a corrective action plan. If there was, we would be informing you of that. And you may have also noticed that many of the risks were repeats. So since this is a 2-year process, if you've been on the commission for a while, you probably recognize the wording, from prior times that you have seen that. So at this time, it is required that the commission accepts, and it's noted in the minutes, that you have accepted our control risk assessment. So if you have any questions, we can take those.
I've already talked with Carlton about my questions in the detail, but I have a global question, which is that some of the responses were written in a forward-looking manner, and so it's hard to tell whether those things have really been done. So it would say, we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and I have examples noted here. So I just wondered how that plays out and what the time span for that is, and we're going to address the other things separately.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So on that one, it is written looking forward, because what we're doing there is we're going through, and each division is identifying the risk. So basically, if you'll notice, there was an assessment of the impact and the likelihood for each risk, and we're to assess that as if we don't put any controls at all into place. which of course we do put controls into place, and that's the purpose, is to mitigate the risk. So as we're going through and writing those, we're looking at the risk, evaluating it, and then we're writing that control looking forward, so that it's, here are the things that we are going to do in our procedures to mitigate that risk.
Right, no, I understand. I just wondered if there was a time period that those things would be accomplished, because the most of the plan was, we do X, we do this, and then there was, we're gonna do this, and that's what I'm asking about.
I think I would answer that with, it is forward-looking. Perhaps there could be some improvement on tense, like the tense that it's written in. The main objective, though, is to make sure that we've covered each risk and that we're mitigating it in our procedures. So they are basically, since many of them are the same, those are things that we're currently doing, we have in our procedures, but looking forward, we'll continue to do those unless it's a new control that we added. Most of them are not new, though, and so we would look forward to, forward-looking to do those controls.
Are you asking the effective date of those things?
When will it be done?
Is it
An effective
date?
It's ongoing.
It's ongoing. So it is. You're really saying we will continue to.
Correct. We will continue to,
and we will continue to.
Exactly. I'm sorry. So that is a part of our business processes, like basically on a daily basis going forward. So it's not that there's something that we will achieve and that's the end. It's just that is how we mitigate our risks going forward continually. I hope that helped.
Yeah.
Any other questions on the financial report?
All right. If there are no other questions, then this would be an appropriate time, Mr. Chair, if you could make a motion and a vote to accept it. Yes, sir.
Or to accept the report.
Yes, sir.
Just this one.
Just this.
This one has to be separate.
No, I said,
the controls
I was referring to the multiple documents, so yeah, one
yes,
report.
Sir. As a collection of documents, to accept the control risk assessment, including all of those documents.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Do we hear a motion to accept?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Very good. Thank you very much. And that concludes my financial report, unless anybody had a question.
All right.
Thank you
very much. The Executive Director's report.
Well, I think by the time we get to the next quarterly meeting, we need to have some walk-up music for the financial report, so that we can get some. Did a great job, and I appreciate how he manages all of these numbers. We have an amazing team here, and you've gotten a chance to get a feel for how each of our departments works together on a mission. And it's been a tough mission here of late. The federal funding cuts changed the entire landscape of public television. And so how we respond depends or determines how we move forward into the future. We're celebrating America 250 this year, Arkansas 190, and Arkansas TV 60. So it's a big year for the Block 10 anniversaries. And so as we look forward to think, okay, what do we want public television, how is it going to survive for the next 60 years? The federal funding cuts obviously changed the whole paradigm of how things happen. That represented a huge chunk of our revenue, but constraint sometimes breeds creativity, and that's what we have done. We have had to look into the future. What can we do with what we have? And you got a great sense of the television programs that are coming. One slide, Lindsay, would you mind bringing that up? This is just, we went over these first two circles in the last meeting. That was just how our funding structure was with an estimated $13 million in revenue, and how we were, where our funding sources were. But this time, now with a smaller pie, although it's enlarged because it's as we look ahead to fiscal 27, you see that our state general revenue accounts for 62% of our revenue, and then the IDEAS grant for another 23. So 85% of our funding comes from the state of Arkansas. Then our foundation brings in 14%, and then that other 1% is just occasional grants and things like that that can come through. And that helps us see who we are serving and what we are hearing from the people who are representing Arkansans. And they want more Arkansas. They want us to be focused on our roots, which is educational television. And you got a little smattering of what's coming up on Arkansas TV with those programs. I've had the opportunity to speak to a lot of groups. A lot of folks will come and ask questions, and when we talk about the future of public television in Arkansas, it's great to be able to see their faces light up as they see the potential of what we have before us. And I'm just very grateful for the team that has worked very hard in very short order to be able to put together a plan that is doable. We're going to go from 5%, a little over 5% local productions to 30% in our first year. And that is significant. We are meeting the needs of the people who are paying our bills. And as you can see, the Arkansas taxpayers want to see educational television, and they want to see more Arkansas on their public television station. And that is my report.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, we'll move on to the foundation report.
Okay.
March.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, visitors. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. So, these are challenging times for the foundation. We recognize the financial sustainability issues facing the network, which are formidable. And we recognize the great efforts and excellent work being done to bring more Arkansas production to Arkansas TV and to our audience. At the same time, the foundation also recognizes the concerns that many donors and viewers have had in response to the disaffiliation decision, as evidenced by more than 1,000 phone calls, emails, and letters so far that we have received at the foundation. Those donors that we have heard from have expressed feelings ranging from disappointment to frustration and anger. Many of the communications that we have received thus far have also included one of the following: an immediate cancellation of monthly sustainer gifts, a stated intention to cancel after the end of PBS programming on June 30th, 2026, or a stated intention to see what the programming looks like after July 1st before making a decision of whether or not to stay with us. Of the above, of course, our preference is for the third option, which keeps the door open to dialogue and consideration. We anticipate that the biggest declines in individual donations may still be to come in July and August after the PBS programming is gone, but we do have some detail on early losses, and I do want to share that. So on November 30th, 2025, our active donor count at that point was 26,061 individuals. On February 28th, 2026, it was 22,323, still a very substantial number, but representing a loss of 3,738 donors, or 14% of our active donor base. Now, because the first half of the year, of the fiscal year, was so strong with increased donations in response to the federal funding cuts, our total individual contributions are still tracking ahead of last fiscal year at this time. So for the moment, the foundation is still in a solid financial position for FY26. For that, we are tremendously grateful, and it is tremendously helpful. At the same time, we do see those numbers now with a downward trajectory. If you look at just the time period of December 11th, which was the date of the commission vote, to February 28th, and you compare just that specific time period from FY25 last fiscal year to FY26 this fiscal year, FY26 shows a 19% drop in individual revenue year over year. Now, because we still have some reserves to draw on, we hope to be able to support the network at its requested level for FY27 with the financials as they currently stand and presented by James and Carlton. But we are also future outlook for FY28 and beyond still uncertain. So we share this information not to be the voice of doom and gloom, but because we need to be aware of what the financial picture is in order to be able to do thoughtful planning for the future. We are very much hoping that we will see contributions begin to stabilize once the network is able to announce a new programming schedule, because that will give donors something specific to react to. For the moment, however, foundation fundraising communications are essentially in limbo because we don't have a specific product to promote at the moment. So please do not misunderstand me. The foundation is committed to doing our very best to help build a strong financial future for public television in Arkansas. Public television is an essential service to our state. But we also have to reckon with our current reality and what our current donors, at least, are telling us about their views. I hope that I will be able to report better numbers in June. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bentley. Any questions? Yes.
For lack of better wording, how low can we go? What's required from the foundation? Do you, in your mind?
I'm not sure I understand about what's
for ongoing.
required.
Like, how much can we drop? Another 20%? And maintain?
I think that becomes actually more of a question for the network and its planning,
Okay.
because that's a question of, you know, what is still helpful? Is anything at all still helpful? It certainly does present questions about what the future operations of the foundation may look like in order to be as cost-effective and efficient as possible in whatever support we are able to provide.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes the 5 reports. We, at this time, if there are no questions or anybody has anything else, we can accept a motion to accept the 5 reports.
So moved.
Yep.
Second.
Motion, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you very much. So we'll move to something that's actually new for this group. We have never, not that we've never had public comment, but we've never had anyone request public comment. So to begin that, and I want, we missed an introduction earlier. Jeremy Gates is also here, who's the Senior Vice President, Corporate Communications for PBS. Thank you. And another gentleman has come in, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, sir.
Archie Schaefer.
Hey, Archie, it's been a while. Steve, nice to see you. And I would say Tyson, with Tyson, but formerly of Tyson.
No, still.
Still with Tyson. Okay, very good. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Soon to be retired.
Soon to be. Well, talk to Woody. See, I got. We're also, once again, fortunate to have Mrs. Pryor here with us. And if you wouldn't mind, we would like to give you the floor if you'd like to say a few words.
Oh, my goodness. I think that Gay White is on her way, but I will ask Paula
Well,
to speak.
Mrs. Pryor, we're going to do the public comment first.
Okay.
And so if you don't mind.
I had no idea,
Well,
you all.
If you
And I
wouldn't-
would have to speak, you know.
If you wouldn't mind in the microphone so we can have you
Okay.
heard. by those watching. Thank you.
As you know, my husband was a great public speaker, and one of the rules that we had after 67 years of marriage was that I never spoke. So forgive me if I'm inadequate. I wanted to say that I think the new programming is absolutely excellent. I think it's a marvelous idea. And I think that Arkansas is so proud of its people and that they do deserve a showcase. I also believe that we can afford to have more information and more of the public television be from PBS, because I think it's a great tool for educating our people, and I think that they deserve the best, and I think that PBS is the best. But Arkansas, I love what you're thinking, and I think it's a great idea. I also hope at some point you might consider tapping into the Pryor Center in Fayetteville, because we have many, many beautiful stories of Arkansas people that have made a big difference in our state. I wish that I had the finesse that my husband had to praise you and all the good work that you do. We appreciate every one of you for being on this committee and doing such a great job. I hope that you will give us the consideration to keep both things going. And I know that you're thinking about money and all of the budget, but I feel like there's a strong enough feeling, groundswell, or that we can solve the financial part of it. And we will see what happens if you'll give us a chance. Thank you so much for being here and for asking me and allowing me to speak. I know my husband's spinning up there in heavens. Anyway, you're great. You're great to listen to an old lady. But believe me, this is an important moment in our state. And it's a turning point. And I'm hoping that you all will give us some consideration. Thank you.
With that, we mentioned public comment, and at least in my time on the commission, no citizen has requested nor delivered public comment. So this is also a monumental day for our commission. So, but in anticipation of that happening today, we've dedicated 30 minutes for this time, not including the transitions. We have a sign-up sheet in the lobby, and hopefully we'll get a copy of that soon, and then we can determine how many people have signed up and how we need to limit each individual comment in order to
I have 18 signed up.
Yeah, Gary, in my correspondence with the folks in DC, I said that they really could have as long as they needed to speak, if that's all right with
certainly. In that spirit, if you don't mind, we will save that until the end, and then we'll give you that time. We appreciate it. So thank you for staying through the whole meeting.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there, I know that Executive Director Wing talked with me about this. Is there any flexibility on the 30 minutes? I know in the past we've had meetings where there were important voices that wanted to be expressed that went well beyond that, and we have a room full of people who made the time to come, and I'd just like us to think about that and think about the passion they are displaying, and maybe be flexible with that. So that's just a request.
Well taken, and I agree.
Yeah, I agree too.
And with 18 having signed up and recognizing that we have transitions, people be coming in from the outside, what if we limit each speaker to 2 minutes?
2 or 3.
3?
Yes, thank you, Woody.
Okay. Seem reasonable? The three, if they
3 minutes.
Yes.
speak in succession, that's 54 minutes.
That's,
Fine.
I'm fine to sit here.
Is that
Beautiful.
any objection?
No.
Okay. We'll do that then. And we would ask those that speak to consider if the person in front of you has said what you intended to say, consider letting the person behind you go. And that will give everybody, we'll make sure that all the points get made. But we're also going to do a timer, and who on our team could manage it?
I can do it. Start and finish with each person. Start and
3
finish.
minutes. Yes, and I would say when the timer, and it'll be audible, if you could do that, go ahead, and so people can hear. And when that happens, if you would conclude your comments, and that means not finish what you were going to say, but in other words, wrap everything up very succinctly. And then we'll move on, and hopefully then we'll be done within an hour, 54 minutes, and maybe even sooner if people defer to those that would come after them and pay attention to those that came before them.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
this might be inappropriate, but I was wondering to reduce the transition time, if we could have them sort of ready, and maybe even 2 at the table.
I agree with that.
Because then you could go 3 minutes, 3 minutes, and there would be.
He has them queued at the door, I believe, so, yes. Oh, true. Welcome, sir. Sit at the table. Thank you. And you, if you would, for the record, state your name and where you're from. Yes, please. Thank you.
I guess I'm ready, right?
Beg your pardon?
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm Leon Kaplan, Little Rock, Arkansas. First of all, I want to say I appreciated Mr. Wing's comments earlier about the other camp, and I suppose
Sir, I'm going to interrupt you just a moment, please. Sir, are you speaking next or with him?
No, next.
Next. If you wouldn't mind waiting, we're going to have one person at the table at a time. He may say something you don't agree with, and you might get credit for it.
If he needs a chair.
That could be.
Chair right behind you.
Right there, sir. Right there. We'll restart the clock, so
And
you can.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you.
There is a clock. How much time do I have?
Oh, I'm sorry, it didn't come through the.
No.
3 minutes, sir.
3 minutes,
Yes, sir.
okay. Well, I want to thank Mr. Wing for speaking to the other camp. I think I represent the other camp, and so do the standing room only crowd of about 90 to 100 people in the other room. The issue of disaffiliation is a bipartisan issue. And I know that finances are an issue, but it is my belief that disaffiliation will lead to a far greater problem than we have now unless we put a temporary pause on disaffiliation to give the Arkansas TV staff and the foundation time to make a serious effort to look for the funds necessary to continue the Arkansas network relationship with PBS. It is my belief that they can find those funds. And I believe that the people in the audience, in the other room, like me, we are viewers like us, where we watch PBS. The programs that National PBS provides, the content is the kind of content that generates money for the foundation. While as nice as the key accomplishments are, and they are, it was a nice clip, those accomplishments are not going to be what allows Arkansas television to survive. Most important, however, is how the disaffiliation makes Arkansas look bad. There are poorer states than Arkansas that are faced with the same financial pressures that we are. And yet, they have decided to make the effort to find the financial support needed to sustain PBS programming. That Arkansas is not even trying makes us look weak and makes us look like an uneducated backwoods state, a look that we have been trying to overcome since 1957. I did have other comments that I had submitted earlier to Mr. Wing and to the commission. I would like, and these are those comments, I would like these comments to be added to the public record. So who do I give this to?
Any of us would be
Any of
happy
us.
to take it. Yeah. Give it to the chair.
Gladly take it.
Do I walk up there?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm fenced in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. White. Hi there. Yes, we'll shorten your walk, and I'll take a point of privilege and ask if you would. Mrs. Pryor spoke just one person ago, so your timing is very, very good.
What'd she say?
She said,
All good things.
I'm not gonna say it as well as you can. so-
it was something along the,
I'm glad you're here.
yeah, if you would slide the mic over so we can be sure and hear you, but we would welcome any comments that you have. We're in the process of public comment. We've had 18 people sign up to speak, but wanted to give you the opportunity on the front end.
Okay. Well, hi, Carlton. First, I just want to thank the commission for allowing us to be here. I'm a little breathless, but anyway. Yeah, I really appreciate each of you and your willingness to serve. You probably didn't sign up for this part, but as in all of life, this is just part of making decisions and difficult decisions. And I think I understand, at least to my limited ability, the issues that you are looking at. I understand financial. I know what it is to make ends meet and to be prudent with your finances, and sometimes you have to make hard choices. And I'm just thankful for each one of you stepping up and and being willing to really look at the possibilities. I would say, and I mean, I think it goes without saying, I don't know if you have read any of my personal comments or not, but I think my desire would be to keep PBS in Arkansas, and I'm speaking sort of as a donor and someone who loves some of the programs, and I will add that I don't watch them all. Some of them I have found less to my liking, and so I don't watch those. But the shows that I do watch are absolutely wonderful. And I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen Call the Midwife. If you're like my husband, he looked at it one time and he said, "I don't think this is my kind of show." but our any of the Masterpiece Theaters shows, and All Creatures Great and Small, which I cried last Sunday night was the last one of the season. And the nature shows, and even Nova, which most of the time I barely understand, but I feel like, well, it's good for my old brain, and the Memorial Day concerts and the Vienna, the music from Vienna at Christmas time, and I mean I could go on and on. I know there's a lot that I'm forgetting. I don't have small children at home anymore. But I do know the value of many of those shows for kids. And I hear it. I've got lots of little kids in my neighborhood, so they're quick to tell me, "Oh, Miss White, please, we want to keep PBS," Anyway, I think I'm coming here with an open mind, an open heart. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm really not. As I said, I appreciate, the facts that I have and where you're coming from, and I don't pity you, your difficult job. But I think I would ask you to hopefully listen to the public that we all serve. And I cannot begin to tell you how many letters, phone calls, texts, and I cannot even go to the grocery store without people stopping me. This morning I went to my doctor, thought he was going to take the pin out of my foot. He walks in, the first thing he says was, "Oh, Miss White, oh, thank you for, please keep PBS." And then he told me he wouldn't take the pin out, and I told him I wanted to shoot him. But they're just, and I have friends who are elderly, like myself, and we used to be great adventurers. I've been a hiker and a kayak and a canoer and whitewater rafter forever. Many of those things are not available to me anymore. But I love watching the shows on PBS about those things and just, remembering with fond memories things. And of course, I can't go without saying Ken Burns. I've learned so much that I should have learned in high school about history, but I didn't. And so, but I would just ask you to keep an open mind and hear what so many of the people in Arkansas are saying. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
This was a shock. Would you like for me to get up and go away? Or?
Get up, but not go away.
Okay, all right.
But we can set up a chair for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got a chair right over there. Sit over there.
You just tell me where to sit down and shut up, and I will.
She wants to sit by Paul and
Yes, yes. Can I go sit by Paul?
Oh, yeah. The backpack doesn't need a chair.
Oh, yeah.
In the military, we have an expression, overcome by events. Now, I've been watching things, and I have one or two comments.
Sir, would you state your name?
Oh, Rod Neal, N-E-A-L.
And you're from?
I'm retired.
No, where do you live?
Oh, Parkway Village.
Terrific.
Leon and I are friends, and we're both from Parkway Village. And there's a Parkway Village contingent up here. Think of me as sort of a poor rendition of Professor Howard Hill. There's trouble in River City. Now, I can't think of anything that it rhymes with, and I'm going to skip all this stuff and just sort of address one single line. There are 27,000 people who give to the foundation. And if you look at previous Form 990s, it's been pretty consistent. And so let's say it's $4.5 million. The current 990 that should be out hasn't come out. I'm talking about the, FY 2024? And the way I understand it, it's not going to be out until next December. I may be wrong, and you may be able to correct that view. However, so I'm kind of going blind, but there are two things. The first one is that if you're making a decision that involves a lot of people and 27,000 contribute close to a third of your, let's say, money, what you need to do is think in terms of, should we involve them in the decision-making? And they weren't involved. The decision was made without them. Now, look at those 27,000 people. They're pretty smart, and they value quality. And they probably have a pretty accurate understanding of what really is going on. And it's not financial, it's something else, and we won't get into that. Bottom line is that you're bleeding money as of the decision to leave. I think everybody understands that. That was sort of obfuscated in the financial report. But if you kind of nose around and ask questions, you begin to see that it's pretty serious. And what I guess I'm saying is that it's a major portion of what you need to run a good operation. Let me go back for a second. We came up here about 2 weeks ago from Parkway Village and had a wonderful tour guided by Marge Betley. And we saw this organization as superbly run.
10 seconds.
10 seconds? Okay. Things are going to go downhill. You're going to have some real serious problems. And I think the longer you wait to make a decision to get back to the PBS network, the worse it's going to be. I'm through.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, but do read what I've got there, because it's still relevant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Good morning.
If you would state your name and where you're from.
Lisa Hanley, and I'm actually from Little Rock.
Thank you.
And I wrote a letter to the editor on February 20th, and I'd just like to share most of that with you today. I wanted to make sure you did not miss it. As a PBS donor, I find it very frustrating that my emails and voicemails sent to what is now Arkansas TV have not been returned. I'm certain that they have tried fielding many inquiries from donors, not unlike mine, due to the loss of PBS programming. Perhaps this communication I was writing would have triggered some additional feedback from our other PBS viewers. Finding Your Roots, Nova, Ken Burns award-winning documentaries, British mysteries and comedies, Masterpiece Theater no longer will be on our televisions after July 1st. Also, please realize that we are the only state in the nation to disaffiliate from PBS. Apparently, other states have considered this action, but figured it out. And after federal funding losses, but so far, they have opted to continue their contracts due to public backlash. If you research alternate ways to see PBS in the future after July 1st, one option is to become a member of a different out-of-state PBS station. That would allow you to continue using the PBS Passport app, streaming, and have that benefit, which means sending your dollars to another state. It's interesting that we have a $2.5 million shortfall in funding for PBS, and that it's coincidental with Arkansas funding private schools with public funds in an amount exceeding $300 million this year. Many children using the state vouchers were already attending those private schools. With several Arkansas counties lacking the availability of a private school, that doesn't sound like all students in Arkansas truly have access to an equitable, adequate, and substantially equal education opportunity. Perhaps PBS programming could help narrow that gap for students living in a more rural area of Arkansas that don't have the educational opportunities that some of their more urban peers do. Many children already watch very intense programming on network television in the evening, and so perhaps some Ken Burns, Nova, or Nature might just allow them to learn something. I also brought some visual aids. Last May, this is my Arkansas PBS magazine, and it's a beautiful magazine. It pictures all the beautiful programs, Nova, Masterpiece Theater, Nature, Finding Your Roots, which I never, ever, ever miss viewing. This is the one I just got, and it's all this local programming. I love Craig O'Neill, but he is not Ken Burns. And I don't think trading Craig O'Neill for Ken Burns is what we need to do. 49 other states figured that out. We've got money in this state, and I think we ought to do the same thing. Thank you.
Hi. If you would state your name and where you're from.
All right. Good morning. My name is Paula Johnson, and I'm from Little Rock. I am a longtime viewer and financial supporter of Arkansas PBS. My husband and I rely heavily on the programming you provide. We've given at the Ambassador Circle level for many years. Notice my lapel pin. And cutting the PBS access would deeply affect us. We are seniors who no longer widely travel, and we don't attend very many evening cultural events. This PBS programming fills the gap in our lives. We watch Masterpiece Theater, great performances, and Ken Burns documentaries. We enjoy Finding Your Roots, Antiques Roadshow, Nova, and other programs. Without these shows, our life would be much less full. I understand that this is being framed as a financial issue, but a quick decision could have lasting consequences. Before taking such a drastic step, please explore all the options that are available. For example, foundation reserves, state funding, or even PBS emergency relief could offer a path forward. A rushed decision risks breaking trust with the donor community and with other community connections. Arkansas PBS needs a long-term solution, not a short-term fix. I urge you to slow down this process, reopen discussions, and invite public input. Please pause the disaffiliation with PBS while you explore these funding options. Arkansas does not exist in isolation from the rest of the world, and the programming on AETN, while valuable as a local resource, should not just reflect the programming of local and state events and locations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Should we just stand or should we sit?
What is best? What's best for you, ma'am?
That's right. If you can hear me, I'm more comfortable standing if you don't
All right.
mind. Just I'm Peyton Bishop, I'm 85. I've never protested anything, but I'm protesting now.
And where are you from, ma'am?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
Thank you.
Yeah, western Little Rock. When PBS started, my husband and I both celebrated, he's since deceased, we both celebrated the fact that we were going to have an international information source. I live by PBS News, BBC News, These give me a balance that I don't get from any of the nationals. I'm a little bit to the left, but I'm to the right. And that's what I've been praised with. I am not angry, I'm just deeply disappointed, and I'm feeling anguish that it's great to focus on Arkansas. I admire your fiscal responsibility, but I think you could find the money, and I think Governor Sanders could find the money if she wanted to supplement what we need. I think also that, that's a point that I don't know enough about. But I think that the decision was made, and I don't think there'd been much public opportunity to really know about the position. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I'm just saying we didn't know it was happening until after it happened, most of the public. And I know I'm not going to be given to this current situation, and I've already told them that. I would be happy if Barbara or Gay's program is PBS is a 501c3. I'll be sending you $1,000. Just tell me where to go, and I would be willing to increase it, because I think it's that important for people to have a national input of information. Ken Burns, we need to be supporting those kind of programs. NOVA, I don't know what programs you're cutting. I don't know what programs you'll support, and that's what is deeply disconcerting to me. I think that kids of Arkansas need to hear national, international news. And that's what I think PBS offers. And I appreciate the officers that have come down from the national. Thank you for being here. Can you help us find a compromise so we can stay in PBS? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Dora Bradley.
Can you pause just a minute, please? Are you the next speaker?
I am.
Okay, sorry. We generally didn't have people speaking. We want people doing individually. So say your name and where you're from, and we appreciate, if that's a handout, we'll take it.
No, this is my sign.
Okay.
This is my sign.
Okay.
I am Dora Bradley, and I was born and bred in Arkansas. I have lived in many other places, including Germany. I have traveled in Russia. I know that there are outside things that our people in Arkansas need to be hearing. And I will be sorely disappointed if PBS is canceled, because I believe that they are able to extend beyond our bounds of Arkansas to share with the world. I'm an educator. I taught for over 30 years. I also taught in college. I taught here at UCA. I want you to know that there are things that we are missing if you cancel PBS. I was on the board of AETN, Friends of AETN, back in the 90s with Jane Kurtz. I feel very strongly about keeping this station alive and keeping it on track. I feel very deeply about being able to share with my children, my grandchildren, and hopefully my future great-grandchildren the information that comes through PBS. I will work with whatever I need to help support you. I am the state coordinator for the Center for Civic Education, Project Citizen. I can help if you need it, but I don't think you need to be canceling PBS. It is a very strong thing. My kids were born with Sesame Street, with the electric company, with Mr. Rogers. We are Arkansas people who have shared with PBS, and we deserve to be consulted before you make great decisions like the ones you have just made. You are moving beyond a public radio station to a government-controlled radio station, which is leaning in the direction of political bias. Please remove your political bias and take away that avenue from the people who try to downtrodden and keep the people poor. We love you, PBS. We love you, the station. But don't do us a disservice in not listening to us.
Thank you very much. Hi. If you would state your name and where you're from, please.
Be glad to.
My name is Sarah Thompson. I'm from Fayetteville, and I'm here because I'm a retired public school librarian. I have a lifetime teaching certificate from the Arkansas Department of Education, and for 30 years, I was a school librarian in Arkansas Public Schools. The retention of PBS and the quality of the content for adults and for children is the reason I am here today. As a librarian, I was able to collaborate with classroom teachers in all curriculum areas, and I often used programming and content from literary, science, historical, and general studies on AETN. These resources allowed us as collaborative teachers working with students to incorporate a variety of media into our instruction. It made things come alive. It was not two adults standing in front of a group of kids being the wise ace on the stage. We incorporated things that would inspire the children and create more interest in the topics we were covering. But as a lifelong viewer, I've also enjoyed and appreciated many Masterpiece Theater productions, Nova Science shows, all the Ken Burns documentaries, and we watch the news every evening, the PBS news every evening, on the week, during the week and on the weekends. And that's important to me because unbiased news and programming without commercials is essential to broadcasting that is not bought and paid for by billionaires and politicians. If the Arkansas state budgeting can allocate millions for private school education and consider millions more for an enormous prison complex, the amount to fund PBS for the upcoming year is small change compared to these other efforts. I've been a donor for many years, regular donor for many years. And I will not continue to donate.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Please reconsider your decision to cut PBS and know that your former supporters will continue to donate. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your service and teaching.
Hello, sir. If you would state your name and where you're from, please.
I've done this. Brian Thompson, Fayetteville, Arkansas. I want to thank y'all for letting us publicly testify today. This is a terrific organization. I've worked with people in this organization. We just think it is the best. I have advertised with it. My organization that I am involved with has produced programming. Some of that programming I'm sure Mrs. White has seen. The rural nature of Arkansas is 45%, and it's an educationally challenged state. We all know that. And so disaffiliating from the PBS portion is counterproductive in my mind. Many of us are on antenna. We're on antenna. And most of the programming that we watch in my home is PBS. I want to talk about that budget. So when y'all were showing those pie charts, it looked to me that you're about $2 million down. And this whole budget business feels like a bit of a red herring to me. I know you're going to have to increase production costs to produce programming that you haven't had to produce in the past. So those costs are going to increase. You're going to lose a lot of support. You'll lose my support. The other thing that was disturbing about this is there was no public input. There were no choices offered. There was no advance notice. I do appreciate that we're able to publicly comment now, but here's how it felt. It felt like you chose not to involve the public. And the results, the results, I have to tell y'all, it feels ideological. Am I getting close?
No, you've got a minute.
Okay. If I were a member of this commission, I'd be extremely concerned about the unavoidable decline in the quality of educational programming that you're going to provide to Arkansas. That's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very much.
Hello. If you would say your name and where you're from,
Sure.
please.
I'm Peggy Weatherly from Conway. I am the widow of Alan Weatherly. I hope I can do this without crying. Who was the former executive director of AETN for many years. My family has been involved in public television since it first came to Missouri, where we lived at the time. They were not quite as forward as Arkansas. They were a few years later. The decision to disaffiliate from PBS was very personal to my family. Our first notice of it came the day the vote was taken, and it was like a punch in the gut to our family. We loved PBS and everything about it. I know PBS, and I know the people of Arkansas. And I know that, I have no doubt that given notice and time, the money could have been raised to fund salaries and PBS programs. There may be some good programs produced here, but they in no way compare to what PBS has to offer. Think about, I'm skipping around here. Think about PBS NewsHour, Sesame Street, Masterpiece Theater, Ken Burns documentaries, and all the other wonderful PBS programs, and compare that to the capability that the state of Arkansas has to produce programs. While I know they produce some quality programs, they in no way compare to PBS. And I think that is worth fighting for. Please reconsider your short-sighted decision. Fight with the citizens of Arkansas to keep PBS here. And don't let those in the state who would like to keep us uneducated win the battle. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good morning.
If you would share your name and where you're from.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Al Adams. I live in Little Rock. I'm retired from teaching at the University of Little Rock for almost 40 years. I'm really going to speak first to me as an educator. I think that PBS has been critical in my mission as an educator. The exposure has been wonderful for our students and my family. Some of you may be familiar with the second law of thermodynamics. It has to do with entropy. And if an isolated system doesn't get input from the outside, it generally becomes disordered, okay, and becomes chaotic. Please look at PBS as maybe some of that outside influence that would keep our society ordered and away from chaos. I'm a father and a grandfather, and I think all of us appreciate the value of friendship among our grandchildren, who they choose for their friends, for our children and grandchildren. That's critical. I think PBS has been a good friend for the people of Arkansas, and I would encourage you to do everything you can to keep it a part of their lives. I'm a person of faith, and as a person of faith, I value reason. A combination of faith and reason, at least for Catholics, is critical, and PBS has been a voice of reason to balance the voice of faith. We need both, and I would encourage you to do everything you can to keep PBS as part of Arkansas and the environment. Lastly, I will speak as a longtime donor. I'm certainly willing to up my contribution. Well, I haven't checked with my wife, but I'll do that because this is important. If I get to travel less in my waning years, I think it's a sacrifice well worth making. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello. Please share your name and where you're from.
I'm Marge Anderson from Conway. We've lived in Conway since '84. I raised our boys here, and I'm from the Pacific Northwest, grew up there, and I really didn't know much about Arkansas till we got here. And I was really shocked when Obama got in, what happened in Arkansas. I found it severely disappointing anyway, but our boys grew up a lot on PBS. I didn't watch a lot, I was working a lot. But primarily what I need to say, I'm here today for my friend Mimi. She was a sociology professor at UCA for some years, and she had to retire with MS, and she was gonna come this morning. And she couldn't, and I educated herself. She was not from Arkansas either, but as a sociology professor, she learned that so many students, the lack of education, she really worked hard to make sure to educate them thoroughly, socially, and all of that. Well, right now, she relies on PBS so much, and she loves PBS, and she loves Arkansas. And anyway, I apologize for not being organized today. I hadn't really planned this, but my concerns and the concerns of my friend Mimi are the lack of diversity and some extremism that's in Arkansas. Personally, I'm really concerned that our voting rate is so low. And you know, that that's just comes from low education. PBS is wonderful education. We know it is, and I'm disappointed to hear that y'all were throwing that out. But I also wanted to say I did admire what I heard from so many of you here today, that y'all are working hard and doing things that I'm sure that I haven't done. Participated in. So the public participation, I really admire you all for that. And I want to ask you to turn this around and bring back PBS. And we have got to speak out. We have to be able to have free speech. And I'll end it with that. Thank you so much, every one of you.
Thank you for being.
Thank you. Yeah, I got in a wreck. It hit me. But Thank you. I'm blessed. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Hello. Hi there. Tell us your name and where you're from, please.
I'm John Ritchie. I live here in Conway, and first of all, I apologize for my wardrobe. I did not come prepared to speak before such an august body, but thank you for your time, your service, and allowing me the opportunity. I've and my wife, Denise Ritchie, have been PBS and AETN viewers the whole schedule for over 50 years, and we have contributed to both almost that long. My bona fides, we watch it. We are citizens. We are vested. We have been contributors for many, many years. We raised our two boys on PBS and AETN. Our grandsons, 3 of them, are currently exposed to the programming, and it's been so vital. And I think that, well, I can just tell you, as a former elementary school teacher of some years in a rural Arkansas community and a Boy Scout leader for even more years, I can share with you the importance of PBS and AETN programming for those elementary children when they came to school. It was obvious to me and many other educators, those who had been exposed to Outside Ideas and Sesame Street and other great programming, as opposed to those who had not. And I think the loss of PBS programming and input is just tragic. And I feel like there should be room for a common discourse, and there is obviously some quality programming that you all have in mind. And I see no reason why we cannot incorporate that into a schedule and still incorporating PBS. I will say, as someone who has spent too much time in front of the table and too much time in front of the TV watching sports, I think that adding more cooking shows and more sports to a nation that is undereducated and overfed is a wrong-headed and self-inflicted move. And I just hope that in your heart you could find some way to reach an agreement where we can all benefit from this, all of us, because, you know, we are viewers like you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
Sorry, I'm nervous. I've never done this.
It's all right. We haven't either.
Hello, my name is Jerry Hill. I'm a lifetime resident of Conway.
Terrific.
I have kids and grandchildren that we all grew up on watching PBS. And the only statement that I wanted to make is if we can spend $1 billion a day on war, then we can spend it on children's education. And that's my comment.
Thank you. Hi there. Let us know your name and where you're from.
Of course. My name is Joy Holmes. I live in Conway, Arkansas. I have 3 minutes and I have 3 stories to tell you. In 2004 through 2006, I was depressed to suicidal. And public media was one of the things that kept me alive during that time. And I cannot promise that public media is the only thing that kept me alive, but it was a critical part that kept me from proceeding forward with a devastating plan. And I don't think that that is something that you can measure with a pie chart, with, surveys. If that had been a plan that I'd gone through with, how would you ever have known that public media could have saved my life? My second story is about my children. I homeschool 2 special needs children. They are 8 and 6. Their special needs are great enough that I do not trust an IEP in a public school, and I teach them at home. That's the first minute. And when I tell you that PBS is a part of their daily life, I mean that I just bought new toothbrushes for my children, sets of 2, and my son named the new toothbrushes after PBS Kids characters. They are Chris and Martin from Wild Kratts, and he requests them by name. That is the level of emotional impact that PBS Kids has on my special needs children. One of the manifestations of their special needs is their brains do not make enough dopamine. There is not the chemical balance that there ought to be, which is in a normal brain. So that means that they are very anxious all the time. They feel under threat all the time. And it is very difficult for them to feel something as simple as delight. Christmas is not fun, birthdays are not fun, but PBS Family Day is fun. And if you saw the Arkansas Advocate interview with the picture of the little girl holding up her Clifford plushie to the Clifford mascot, that was my little girl. And for 3 hours, it was her Disneyland, where Disneyland would not have done it, but Clifford did. And the idea that that kind of emotional impact can be taken from kids similar to mine is a tragedy I cannot express the depth of, because my kids do not make enough dopamine. And PBS Kids gives them dopamine. It helps balance their brains so that they can learn. The final story I have, we've been talking a lot. I know a lot of people have been coming in to talk about child education and child school readiness. I would like to talk about my own personal education as well that PBS has helped with.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a transplant to Arkansas. I could never get Arkansans to talk to me about state history. All the state history I have learned through PBS documentaries. We had excellent state content along with PBS content. An onion ring report is not going to cut it the same way that PBS documentaries, like the statuary documentaries that went to the Capitol building, an onion ring report is not going to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Good morning. Ellery Hart, North Little Rock.
Thank you.
I have been a lifelong viewer of PBS programming on AE10, and I am a sustainer level donor. 1975, after the Watergate reporting, the McNeil-Lehrer report caught my attention, and I've been a consistent nightly, as possible, viewer of the PBS news programs, both international and national. Today it's the PBS NewsHour. The news reporting continues to win multiple awards, Emmys, the DuPont, the Peabody. In public policy polling, the PBS NewsHours is consistently rating as one of the highest news sources in our nation. It continues to win numerous journalistic awards. Multiple programs over the years have provided me with life lessons, skills, travel to places and cultures I would never have known about, entertainment, science education, nature education, with the most incredible camera views of our world and its inhabitants that I never would have met. Mystery, which is now Masterpiece, Frontline, Nature, Antiques Roadshow, great performances, international news programs, Washington Week, Ken Burns, Dr. Henry Gates, multiple, and this is my favorite, British-produced series. I watch them Saturday and Sunday still. What are the awards that these PBS programs have earned? Just in 2025, 99 Telly wins. PBS Kids, Frontline, American Masters. 2 documentary Emmys, 1 news Emmys, multiple nominations for each category. 3 Peabodys, 8 nominations for Masterpiece and Independent Lens, 8 Webby wins, 21 nominations, PBS Kids American Masters, 2 Emmy wins, and 12 Emmy nominations for Family and Children, PBS Kids. Multiple nominations in all categories. The new Arkansas TV is being explained this way. The Facebook bio reads, Arkansas TV, Arkansas's only statewide public television network,
10 seconds, ma'am.
Informs and inspires learners of all ages through local storytelling. The homepage says we're excited to announce a new Arkansas TV focused on local storytelling, community partnerships. All of those are very nice, but I've said briefly what PBS programming means to me over my lifetime and the excellence of our public TV programming with PBS we've had in Arkansas since 1969.
We're going to have to stop now, ma'am. Thank you.
I want one more question, one more.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We've gone way past the time, and we've been
This is my
everybody
ask.
behind you.
Please take off your political hat
Ma'am, I
and
would ask
be
for consideration.
a grandparent or great-grandparent, a parent, an aunt, or an uncle. Please make your personal commitment to the absolute best public TV programming for Arkansas. Reinstate our membership. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Josh Black. I live in Conway. I didn't expect to be here today, or would not have worn this hat.
Because it says Little Rock?
Exactly. You get it. I'm not very comfortable with public speaking, but PBS programming is too important to far too many people around the state, and people that have not been included in this decision at all. I really wish we could have an honest public dialogue instead of this facade of a pretense that this is a financial issue. Everyone in this building knows full well that this is a political and ideological issue. I'm not here because I'm disappointed. I'm here because I'm angry. Angry that my 2 homeschooled daughters, which adore and rely on PBS programming, will no longer have access to the shows that they know and love. Programming that my wife and I can trust with our children. Undoubtedly and undeniably, cutting PBS programming will push children toward programming that is ultra-commercialized and far more problematic and unhealthy. Disaffiliating with PBS, an institution that has done so much good for the people of Arkansas, would be disastrous, and yet another action bringing shame to our beautiful state, further eroding the public trust in their state government. Fred Rogers is rolling over in his grave. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
My name is Carol Trana. I live in Little Rock, Arkansas. Good afternoon. It's no longer morning. I have a few things I would like to address from your meeting, and that is that you seem to be working very hard to provide new programming for the public television station. I would like you to know that while I think it's good that you are doing this because we need programming from Arkansas, you are also spending money to make all of those productions, okay? And not everybody is going to watch those productions. I really, as much as I appreciate the chefs and their abilities and their hard work, I really don't need yet one more person telling me how to cook something I've been doing for 50 years. On the sports issue, I would like you to know that All of those games can be watched by using the local public school station if you download that app. I don't want to tell you that you shouldn't do this, but as Ms. Pryor so eloquently told you, you can do both. You can provide local Arkansas programming, and you can provide the PBS programming that so many of us really appreciate. So someone called it government-controlled television. I think that is the direction we are heading. If you back me against a wall, I will fight back in the only way I know how, and that is with my vote and my money, and it will unfortunately go to a state not Arkansas, but that one that will provide public television for everyone who wants to watch it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
The next lady is the last one.
Okay, that's just 17.
18.
Oh, I missed one.
Hello.
I'm Margaret Sanderlin. I'm from Searcy County, and I'm an educator, retired educator. And I'm just going to read what I wrote. When I was growing up, there were many stories in history that were not shared with me in school, nor within my community. The history I was taught was biased towards a simplified version that tended to whitewash the controversial aspects of our nation's story. For instance, the story of civil rights, when I was young, was dismissed by authority figures pretty much around me as something that was threatening to the status quo. Meanwhile, nationwide, at the national level, PBS became a resource with the talent, minds, power, and money that they used to produce programming that helped to fill in some of those gaps in my history, in my formal education, and it still does. Programs like Frontline, American Masters, Ken Burns series, one that I seen several times in the last few years, is Freedom Summer. Anyway, I'm alarmed because I see a movement in our nation that wants to restrict our perspectives on history once again. And I think that refusing to air PBS is another step in that movement, and that it's important that we continue with this programming. A strong nation needs citizens who have resources like PBS available for free to us with our taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public comment for this time. Does anyone need a break?
Comfort break for everybody.
Would that be, would 5 minutes?
Oh, yes, that's a good word. I took mine.
Is 5 minutes
Yes.
good enough? Okay, we'll come back at 12:12. works? Have we started the live stream again for the meeting?
Yes, would you?
Or has the live stream started? Yes. Was it? Okay, very good. Thank the public very much for coming and for speaking, and particularly those that came and didn't plan to speak, and yet they did. It takes a lot of courage to walk into any room cold and speak what's on your heart.
On camera.
On camera, in front of people that you may already have predisposed opinions about. Anyway, it's a testament to their participation in what we're doing here. So very much appreciated. Thank you all. At this time, and much respect for your not only staying, but for your coming and for your doing this at this time in the meeting. I think you've seen why we thought it was important for you to hear as well from the folks. And at this time, Ms. Kerger, would it just be you or anybody else coming up as well? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to bring one of my board members, Becky Orlick.
Terrific.
That's okay.
Very good. Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you, thank you. It's really a pleasure to be in Arkansas. This is a state I have visited many, many times. This is a station I have visited many, many times, though not in the last some years. I think the last time I was here was when Alan Weatherly died, and I came to be with the staff because I felt that it was important. His loss was devastating to the system. It was devastating to the state. But I've been here many times because this is really a great station. It represents everything that public broadcasting is at its best. Its deep commitment to education, the number of people that you have on your team that are focused on education is unique within public broadcasting. You have more people on your team specifically focused on education than most stations. And that's what the E in AETN stands for. It's why it was created. And particularly in a state like Arkansas, when you have so many people in rural areas that really do rely on this station, it's profound that you've made that investment. And I love some of the work that you're developing with the local production. This is where public broadcasting is at its best. But where it really shines is when PBS and local stations are together. And that's what you also have done beautifully. I watched your December meeting with some frustration, and I just want to be able to talk about that today. So thank you for inviting me to join. After the meeting, I reached out and asked if I could come and talk to you. Because this is such a significant decision, I just wanted to make sure that you had all the information you need as you make this decision on behalf of the public. And I loved following them because actually these are the people that are calling me. And I've talked to a lot of people from Arkansas over the last months who have said, please, can you do something to help us? So to be after them is appropriate because this isn't my station, it's theirs. We are all fortunate to have the responsibility of being the stewards of public broadcasting. And so to be part of this discussion after them is how it should be. So let me just talk to you a few minutes about where we are right now, this moment that we're in, which is quite challenging. I just want to echo what both Gay and Barbara said. Thank you for your service. I don't mean that in a sort of pejorative, sort of flip kind of way. These are very hard times for all of us to be leaned in. And at PBS, this has been a very difficult time. I've laid off 20% of my staff. We've reduced our office space by a significant amount. We've made cuts in our technical operation. We are putting focus on programming and content and service to stations. We have let other things go. We are very much focused on making sure that we are doing for the people that came into this room today and people like them across the country, that we're providing them with the kind of content that is important and meaningful to them. As part of that decision and the work that we've done, we've significantly reduced the dues that stations pay to PBS. So there was a lot of discussion last meeting that it's business as usual. At PBS, it's not. We have changed a lot in this last year. We've been changing over the last years because media is changing. You're changing alongside of it. You're spending more time in digital. You're investing in different platforms. You're thinking very hard about what does it mean to be a local station in this community in this moment. We're all going through this. And what happened this past year with federal funding is just one more thing on top of it all. And so the dues for Arkansas PBS for last year were $2.4 million. After the federal funding cut was made, we made the decision to reduce that funding from you to $2 million. It was a significant reduction, and not just you. All of the stations across the country saw a significant reduction in their dues. What we're anticipating for next year, which we told stations ahead of time, this was in advance of our board's budget, and I'm going to introduce you to my colleague in a second. I realized I didn't do that. It's okay. It's all right. We were sitting there, and I just had so much I wanted to say, so I'm just blurting now, is that for this year, we're estimating that the dues for Arkansas would be $2.1 million, so slightly more, and that is basically to keep us sort of flat. But that is, again, a significant reduction of what the dues would have been had the funding not happened. We are beginning a process with our board right now, and so now I just want to spend a couple minutes describing who we are as an organization, because I realize some of you are pretty new and you may not know who we are at PBS. We're not just a company. We're not just a 501c3 organization that happens to be in Washington, which we are. We are a membership organization. We're in essence like a co-op. Every station belongs to PBS. They pay dues. We have dues that are developed in partnership with our stations and then allocated in a formula that we have worked together with our stations to create. And the whole idea is that larger stations pay more dues, smaller stations pay smaller dues, but we all share. And what do we share in? The programming that we produce and we distribute out to you, the infrastructure that maintains it. So we maintain the satellite interconnection and the digital distribution for all stations. That includes the contracts we have with AWS that enables you to get the best possible rates. We build the infrastructure for you. Your websites are built off of it. Your apps are built off of it. We negotiate the deals with organizations like I want to say so much like blurting, with YouTube TV, Hulu Live, all those are negotiations that we do on your behalf. And we also maintain Learning Media, which is a learning service. We do a lot of work working with the different agencies to ensure that we're paying attention to particularly changing regulations around children's content, particularly in digital spaces. There are very strict and increasing regulations, as there should be, with what kids can access and how they can access it. It impacts us and where you distribute your content, particularly on digital. You can't just put your kids' content on a regular app with all your adult content. So just making sure that we're paying attention to all of that. We do that on your behalf. So what I've described is not just a relationship between an organization and a program vendor. We're not that. We're actually partners. And so one of the things that has been talked about is, what does it mean if you decide that you stop being a member of PBS? And what does that mean for the station? And a lot of that was around this idea that there was this 180-day period that you have to give notice. That's not, first off, it's not an annual 180-day, it's a rolling basis. And we set that date because it takes a fair amount of work for you to do to unwind your relationship with PBS. It means not just that you don't get the content anymore, which, by the way, also means all your multicast channels, World, Create, Kids, all of that is part of your what you receive as being as being a PBS member. But you also, all of the apps, again, your place on YouTube TV, that's because you're a PBS member. That ends when you walk away from us. So it is a much bigger relationship than just saying, we don't want the content anymore. And so it takes you time to actually unwind and rebuild all of the things that you need to do in order to move forward as an independent station separate from PBS. It doesn't happen that often. We've had a couple stations since the federal defunding that did drop their association with PBS. These are small stations in overlapped markets that are part of universities that were not allowed to fundraise on their own. So they had no way of bringing other revenue in. So they made the decision with the university that they were going to focus on university content. But that is very different than what we're talking about here. So I am very much hoping that we can come to some understanding that you would stay in with PBS. And I can tell you why I'm very concerned about you and your situation, and you're already seeing part of it now. After the federal defunding, we saw that people were stepping up in waves that we have never seen before with contributions in support of their local stations. That support, I worried a great deal, would be just sort of a one-time blip that, people would give because it was in the news, and they would feel that this was something they do, like when there's a natural disaster. People, write checks quickly, but often before the floodwaters recede, people sort of shift to something else. That has not happened with us. And we are seeing those contributions continue to rise across the country in every state and in every station. And at PBS, we have our own foundation. And I think that, for me, this bodes very well. Where that will plateau, Marge and I haven't had a chance to talk about this. I'm an old fundraiser, so I love just sort of talking a little bit about, how we see the world and where we see the opportunities and so forth. So I'm not sure where the level will be, but I think there are a lot of people that suddenly realize, because we're a weird entity. Are you government funded? Are you state funded? They now understand what viewers like you means. And for most stations, the largest percentage of their budget actually comes from viewers like you. And so I believe, as we started to see the trajectory in those first months, I think you saw a $500,000 increase in philanthropy from individuals. That fell off the cliff after you made the announcement you were leaving PBS. Because I looked, again, we've talked, I've seen some of the comments that you've made and so forth. I listened to your report. People give for the programming. They love the station. They love that the station is here. And the local stuff you're doing really does look great. But the two of us, and now I'll introduce Becky. Becky Magora is on the PBS board. She's also the vice chair of APT, which I know is one of the distributors that you're thinking about to replace PBS content. I used to be on that board. APT was not created as a program provider to replace PBS. They were always envisioned as a place to bring in additional programming, complementary programming. And so to build your whole program service off of APT and NEDA, which is a distribution service for local station content, is very, very different than building your service off of PBS. And so I just want to make sure, as you're thinking about this really significant decision, that you don't find yourself in the place that our station in Los Angeles found itself. Because a number of years ago, they decided that they wanted to be the local LA station. They have a very big creative community, a very significant philanthropic base, and they said, there was a station in Orange County that was also running PBS programming, and they said, well, let them do the PBS programming, and we're going to go it alone. Within a very short period of time, they had to sell their studio, which was the oldest studio on the back lots of Hollywood. They sold it to the Church of Scientology. They went bankrupt, and they came back to PBS. So I use that as a cautionary tale, because a lot of people say, well, how do you know what's going to happen? So I think you heard part of it with the people that came into the room. These people care deeply about the station because you have something so beautiful here. You are so proud of the station. It has done such great work in Arkansas. And I know that working together, we can make this station more beautiful in the next 60 years than it has been in the last 60. So what I said to Carlton, because I am sympathetic, you're going to have to make very hard choices. I know it. It was very, very difficult for us to lay off 20% of our staff, people that have worked at the station for many, many years. We restructured our whole technology operation. That meant the reduction of additional staff. And so I know how hard. I anguish over every single person that leaves our organization, because that's what the organizations are. They're the people that work there. They're people that energize it. So I know that these are very hard decisions, but as I said to Carlton, let's not focus on what we're going to cut back in order to grow. Organizations don't grow that way. They grow by investment and by bringing more people together and around the organization. And I know that there are people in this state that will care very deeply about the work that you do. What I am deeply also concerned about is the fact that so much of this state is still covered by over-the-air. I know this is a state that has a lot of people that do not have access to broadband. And it is going to be very, very difficult for those people to be connected. I know there was some discussion about, well, they can just watch stuff on your phone. You can't stream stuff on your phone without an internet connection. And so how are we going to service all of these children in the state, of which so many in this country, but particularly in Arkansas, do not have the access to high-quality daycare? We are heavily used by homeschoolers, you heard a couple today, through our over-the-air content as well as the content that we have available. We've developed with teachers learning media that provides a wide range of content. Private schools, homeschools, public schools all use learning media, but I think even more so homeschoolers. And we saw that trajectory increase significantly after COVID. And so I just think that, you know, as I look at this and I think about these hard decisions, I said to Carlton, let's work together. Let's figure out how we can bring some more money into the state. Let's make sure that we can make sure that we're fulfilling the needs of what you're trying to do locally, but let's also make sure that we're investing in this great national content that you've done such a great job building off of over the years. I saw at the last meeting you talked about American Revolution. I saw that you talked about, you do work around Weather Hunters, which is our newest series. The most recent series before that was Carl the Collector, which is focused on a character who's autistic. The response to that series has been so unbelievably strong. It just won 2 Emmy Awards, by the way. But what means more to me are the numbers of letters and phone calls and others that I've heard from people that have said, thank you for giving my child and the opportunity to see himself. Thank you for giving our child the opportunity to have a resource that is so profound and so meaningful. And this is the work. It's not done by PBS itself. This is done by all of us together. All the stations coming together are able to create this great work. So I will do what I can to try to keep you engaged and on board. But I would ask you to just do one thing today, if you would, is just consider. You don't have to make a final decision. I'm not asking you that. But just give yourself a little time to think about it. You didn't have to vote in December for a full year. All you had to do was just let us know at any point, we're going to disaffiliate, we think we want to move ahead, and then we would work with you within that 180 days. And if there's some compelling reason that 180 days feels like it's a bridge too far, we'll work with you on that. But just at least understand what they want. Because that's the most important voice. It's not mine. I can just tell you this is how we work, this is how we're funded, this is what we give you, this is what you're going to need to figure out on your own or work through. But just at least get the public's voice into the conversation. That's the important thing, because ultimately that is why we're all standing here, is because of that work. Did you want to just add anything else?
I'll just add. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Well, all right, you can hear from my accent, I'm not from D.C., okay? I'm actually from your neighboring state in Tennessee. I'm a native Tennessean. I'm your colleague. I'm the general manager, CEO of Nashville PBS. But I think what's more important is I ran just 80 miles down the road from Nashville is a small station called WCTE. It's a Cookeville station, and that's my hometown. So I grew up in Cookeville. Cookeville is a small rural area that serves 14 rural counties. And when I wanted to be a teacher, I have 2 degrees in education. I have 2 degrees in early childhood education, including a master's degree. I'm a first-generation college graduate. My rural community, I would never in a million years have thought there'd be a PBS station there. But you know why there was a PBS station in Cookeville? It's because the state, like you all, decided that those rural areas needed to have equity. And the urban areas had PBS, And so why not those areas have PBS? And when the station started, I became the first student intern at that station. And I was able to work through my master's degree teaching in the world's largest classroom, which is what PBS is. So I'm asking you, the same thing Paula's asking you, just take a little time. You know, I serve on the PBS board, and I'm so grateful for that, but half of the PBS board are CEOs and general managers just like us, who know what the people need. PBS allows us to share with them. When something doesn't go right, when you see something you don't like, you call your station calls PBS, and they do listen. They do listen. I've called when I was in Cookeville, and I've called when I'm in Nashville. I'm just sharing with y'all, because we're the same. You know, we have kids who don't have access to preschool. We have kids who are dependent on PBS. These seniors coming in here touch my heart because that's who I hear from the most. I hear the most from seniors who count on us each and every night with PBS. Now, Carlton, I'm going to steal some of those ideas for local that you're doing because you're doing some great things here in local. But see, it's not an either or. It's a yes and. It's always been a yes and. And that's what makes us really good. That's what makes us not like any other media system in the country that's owned and operated by the public. There's nothing else like us. And it is such a thing that has been invested here for 60 years, has made such a difference in Arkansas for 60 years. And I'm going to tell you why Paula asked me to come. She could have asked any board member to come. The reason she asked me to come is because I've been getting calls from Arkansans saying, well, if my state pulls from PBS, I'm going to join your station. And I wrote on my personal Facebook page, when one of them actually posted there and said, I'm joining Nashville PBS, I said, you know, because you're never going to turn down money, I said, while we would love to have you, I think it would be quite a shame for you not to stay with your own station. I think the good people of Arkansas, they deserve PBS. So I'm just asking you, take this time, just slow it down a tad, as my mama would say, and lean into how we can do this together. Literally, we can do this together. I know it because I've lived it. And that little station in Cookeville, just like every station in Tennessee, they're full PBS members. And even though that Cookeville station only has a $2 million budget, and they pay their full PBS dues because they will not deny those rural children who do not have access in any other way to not have access to their PBS station. So I'm just asking you, let's do this together. And I'll be your next door neighbor anytime you need it. That's all I have to say, Paul. I'm going to find me 2 first ladies like that, though.
Yeah, I know. And we did not coordinate our outfits.
We did not. I just planned on spring. I planned on spring, and then I walked out. We were looking at it.
Oh, certainly. We have some questions for you. I want to lead with one. It's been mentioned often about this 180-day notice. We can only go by what our council shares and what the letter of the agreement stated. So with that, I would like, before you answer, if Will would relay why he, and by extension, we reasonably believed that that was an urgent decision.
Certainly, I'll start, Gary. This was a question that I'd been talking with the local network with prior to last meeting about how would this process look if the commission were to decide this. We looked at the bylaws. We saw the 180-day deadline. And so there was a question, well, how do we interpret that? So we went straight to the national PBS legal team. And the answer we were given was the answer I provided at the last meeting.
So I'm not sure, Carlton and I had a conversation about this, and we agreed that neither one of us were in the room, so I don't know. You know, I can't say exactly what was said. All I can tell you is what our rules are. And our rules are that we require, because the conversations that Will was involved in actually were not about dues. They were about our annual, and I think somehow something got conflated.
Well, I think
It was around the annual certification. So once a year, stations have to certify that they're going to be a PBS member. That has nothing to do with dues or anything with that. So I think there was a confusion there, because the reality is at any time, you can decide that you don't want to be a PBS member. And then once you notify us, you're in that period now, but we can stop it. We can easily stop it. It'll be good. I would love to make that phone call. Is that you have 180 days until you terminate your membership as PBS, and then we would prorate your dues or whatever for the full year. So there's no, you're not on the hook, and that's why I was yelling at the YouTube. YouTube didn't answer me, by the way. I was yelling at the YouTube when I was watching. I was like, oh no, this is wrong, because the thing is, you have that flexibility, and it does take time, because I think as I try to help you all understand, because I know you have a few newer board members, that it's not just about the programs that you no longer have access to, but it's everything else around it. It is a fairly complicated exercise to unwind.
But isn't it due diligence to have attorneys talk to attorneys?
Yes, they
And
do.
to get that information. I see why you would be outraged as you're watching a meeting and you're hearing something that you had not heard. But when our council is hearing something directly from your council.
I can tell you, sir, with all due respect, I can tell you, sir, that I have an email trail back and forth where we clarified that this is the policy. So I don't understand why it continued to be misunderstood. I also would say that if you were considering such a significant move, that it would have been worth more than just an interpretation, but it would have been worth a second conversation saying, look, we're thinking of contemplating this. Anyone else that has even thought about this has had additional conversations with us. So I'm not sure how this got off the rails. And again, Carlton's brand new. So, he and I had the conversation that I don't know how this was misinterpreted, but these are our policies. These are our policies, and they've always been our policies. So it's not as if, we've just suddenly changed them, but these are our policies.
I'd like to just correct that. Dues were central to the discussion we had. In fact, that's what made it so urgent that we had that discussion. We actually had the first conversation we had, there were multiple people, a couple from our side and a couple from your side. There was a lack of clarity, and then you came back and changed the position or clarified from your legal team that 180-day interpretation was as we saw it, because in fact, we would have preferred that the interpretation you're giving now is what we understood.
But it's always been, our policy has not changed. There is no, again, I was not in the room, and I can get our general counsel here if that's helpful, and she can clarify this further, but this has always been our policy. We have never had a policy where you have to notify by January 1. We have had stations leave PBS.
And that's what we were asking for, and that's what your legal counsel told us. So at this point, if it's interpreted as you're saying, then it's really a moot point, because now we're not under that restriction, but that is
You're not under that restriction, and that was the most important piece of information I wanted you to have. All the other stuff is things that we can talk about, but this is the most important piece of this. You are not under that obligation. So if you just would take a bit of a pause, that's what I'm trying to give you, a little breathing room, so you can really take a beat and try to figure out what it is that you want to do.
Well, again, I think it's important this is a good opportunity for us to communicate that.
Exactly, Gary.
It was a reasonable position to.
Well, it wasn't even our interpretation. We did not want to interpret it without being certain, so we went to PBS legal team, and that was absolutely the answer that was provided.
I have our head of station services here, and her team was part of the discussion, so perhaps she can.
Just for the record, it wasn't a discussion with me, but this wasn't who I discussed it with, but I'm happy to hear more on this, yeah.
Yeah, I also was not in the room, so my understanding of the conversation, the questions were around the member certification, which actually is something that we do for stations because the FCC asks for posting to say you're affiliated with PBS, you're following all the rules in order to be a PBS member station. I mean, all broadcasters have to post in their public file their affiliations and what they're doing. So our stations need to do that. It's a service that we provide to make sure that they have that ability to easily post it. So there may have been a misunderstanding about your questions related to the member certification and when we like to have, when the FCC requires stations to put that up and why we ask stations to do it on a timely basis. But there was when we realized, and I reached out to Carlton after the vote to say, we should talk about this because there is no reason to make this decision the end of the year. The member certification may have been conflated with the 180 days, but let's talk about this. And we talked it through, and I clarified in person. We also, our legal team did follow up in an email to try to clarify that. I understand even if those communications were confusing, but I realized Carlton you had an interim director during those conversations, and so I wanted to talk to Carlton directly. So speaking of due diligence, I felt like, Carlton would want to have due diligence and talk with me to find out what's the situation here before you make a decision like this. So we talked. I clarified again that there was no reason, to make that decision or to rush it. And so, that's also why we were so glad to be invited here, to be able to clarify again for the whole commission that, these are really difficult decisions, and we see you wrestling with that, and we understand, from the public what they.
Oh, I do completely. I mean, I feel for Carlton walking brand new into an organization at this moment. Thank you for your leadership. I mean, this is a very difficult time to be leading in public broadcasting in this moment. We are in extraordinary times. There is no question about it. And I think that in these moments, I just would encourage more communication, because I think the more that we're able to talk to one another, I think we can come to, solutions. And that's really, the whole point of coming here today, is just making sure that you have all the information that you need so that you can think clearly about what it is that you want to do for the state.
Yes. I would also submit that Carlton, though new in title and position here, had been the driving force in the legislature, going to the well multiple times to save this organization's budget.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Yeah.
And so, it's not as if he's he's unfamiliar with it. It's but it's different when you're sitting in his seat now and has to make a different, range of decisions, and with lots of different inputs. We're complicated in public broadcasting, and so anyway. So again, I appreciate.
And we have other questions. So, Dean Nance.
I need to be clear before the next things that I want to say. Are we or are we not certified?
Yes, you certified.
For?
In January.
Yeah, I think that was
in the fall they certified.
In the fall.
Because they're split, right? I want to know.
In this latest round, in June, you certified. I don't have the timeline in front of me, but I think you decided not to. You certified in June, which is why I was confused when the vote actually happened, to be honest. That's why when I said I was shocked to hear this, because we thought the conversations were around the certification. So yes, I believe you certified and then made the decision in December. So we were thinking, oh, they decided to certify. That doesn't mean that you're a member or you're not a member, or, so.
I'm just trying to get those two issues straight. So that runs from June to June. Is that what I heard you say, the certification?
I mean, we do the certification annually because stations post it annually, yes.
So, okay. Then the second question is, what does it look like were we to pause? In other words, right now, I think we're on the hook for December to June dues, is that right? I mean, I just need that explained to me. And then if we say, well, let's step back and see what we can raise or whether we can do it, what does that look like? I just need more specifics about that whole part.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as Paula was just sharing, and that if you want to pause.
I think right now, if you want to pause,
yes,
we would like to be able to work with you. We have told Carlton what we anticipate the dues would be for next year.
Right.
Because, we will, we will see what it is that you decide to do. Meanwhile, as I have made an honest effort, as I've done for other stations, I would be happy to work with you to try to bring some more money into the state. I have been deeply involved over the last many months, since June of last year, with raising money for stations. We have a foundation which mostly is focused on raising money for content. But I have been working with a group that has been raising bridge funding for stations as well, and I have done some individual work with stations to try to help generate some money to help close the funding gap. So I would be happy to talk to you about that. There are people out there that are very concerned about funding for rural communities, but you have like an amazing pair of secret weapons sitting right here. Ideally, the solution to your challenges should come from within Arkansas, because you want to build something that is going to be sustainable, not just solve a one-time problem, right? And so I think that, again, I just want to be fair to poor Marge here, that we don't know what the new level will be, and we don't know what the possibilities will be, but we have a moment where the public is very focused on the fact that we really do rely on viewers like you. That isn't just a throwaway line on our air. And that if there is a way to really motivate people, and we've heard from so many, I'm sure you have those letters. I never thought, I never realized, if we can motivate people to, to support us, that is going to, make a very big difference in the support for this station.
Did you have a question? I wanted to ask exactly what we mean when we use the word pause. What does that
180
mean?
days?
Well, I mean, when you say pause, the disaffiliation,
Yeah.
what does that mean?
Right now, you're on a path that
Asked to do
right now, you're on a path by June 30th, you will no longer be a PBS station. That is what you've told the public.
Right.
Right. And so my suggestion is, I'm not you, and I don't know exactly how you manage your things, is I would say, let's just pause that decision. And let's get more information and decide if in fact this is the path we want to go down, and spend some time trying to raise the money, engage the public, and see what you can do.
But it's not a pause on what you expect July 1, is what I guess I'm asking.
Operationally, I think this speaks to Cynthia's question too. Operationally, if we're pausing, we are not uncoupling and asking.
We won't end
you to hand
anything.
your media
Yeah.
back. We are not actively trying to uncouple. So, and we haven't, because we hoped to come and to talk with you and share a little bit more information. So, right now, if you were to say, we don't want to end affiliation by, July 1, then we want more time to think about this. We want to, have more time to make that decision. That would be wonderful news for us. And so we have no expectation that you're down this road and you're just done now. There's nothing you
So let me be even clearer. So by pausing, it means that July 1, you will still have access to PBS programming, you will have access to the interconnection, you will have access to everything that you had before. That you can decide at whatever point, again, because it felt like you had to make that decision in December, you were ready, you were unwinding everything. It's like, okay, let's just do a reset, let's open this back up again, let's continue our relationship. And then if you decide a month from now, look, we've already looked at this and we decided again, I just want to make sure you have all the information. So
How long do we have how long do we need to take to raise the $2 million? That's
a large question.
I don't know, ladies, what do you think?
That's my whole question,
Yeah, I think that now, if we're gonna do it, now's the time to do it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I can only speak for myself. And I made this confession to Paul and everybody else. I have been a sustainer for many, many years at a very, very low level. However, I did not understand the significance of my gifts. And immediately when I heard the decision, I thought, oh, well, I'll just give more money. And I mean, a lot more money than I'm giving. Do you know what I'm saying? And I think people did not, well, I can't speak for everybody.
But actually, if I could, I feel due to our great power and influence that we can find the money, I think, by private donors.
Yeah.
There are plenty of folks that I really think would step up. It wouldn't just be individual people, but I think there are foundations, there are companies. Look at the generous people that are in Arkansas.
I don't dispute that, I don't, but forgive me, we need to stay focused here with the exchanges. That is a worthy conversation, but understanding what the pause means is important.
But this is to answer, with all due respect, to answer Woody's question of how long will it take? And this is the answer, because I do think that you have more than 100 people sitting in a room there, and others that were not aware of this meeting, that if they know that they have an opportunity to make their voice heard, they can do that by helping us raise the money that is needed to keep the station connected to PBS. So that's the question, how long that will take?
Yeah.
They're cheering down there. I mean, that's really that's the question, is we haven't really asked that question. So it could happen very quickly, or it could take a little bit of time. I don't know. I don't fundraise in Arkansas, so I don't know. I don't have the relationships. And it shouldn't be all on me anyway. It should be of the community, because that's whose station this is. All I'm saying is I'm happy to help.
If we go back up just a second, I think the gist of my question was, are dues due July 1?
No, your dues are not due July 1. Your dues are usually paid in the fall.
And paid incrementally? Or all
No, they're not all
lump sum?
paid at once. They're paid in segments. There's a payment that's due in November. There's a second payment that's due in March. So it's paid over the course of the year, usually in 2 lump sums. And we do work with stations that need help in how they pay their dues and making those allowances. So somehow there's been a misunderstanding of the fact that we're just rigid about these things. We work with stations all the time that have financial issues, and we actually do it with our board. So if a station decides that they need some flexibility or whatever, we have a finance committee of our board made up of station managers, and we work to lay out an appropriate arrangement to help you.
Any other?
I just wanted to know of whether a motion would be in order at this time. If so, I would like to offer one.
I would ask not at this time, as we have more questions, but then when we conclude with that, we can then move on to that. Anybody? I do have some more.
Sure.
You detailed the changes that have been made to your staff as a result of the defunding. You've indicated everything from office space to the reduction of dues, that sort of thing. Are there any changes to your business model in light of the fact that this decision has come down, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting has gone away? Could there not be anything from a la carte selections of programming to not just memberships based on the size of the station, but different types of memberships that could be more tailored to the respective stations? Because we're not affiliates like you would think of in a classic sense.
No, you're not affiliates.
But everybody, you've seen one public television station, you've seen one. They're all different.
I actually hate that line because I think that we're more together than not. But you're absolutely right. That's what makes public broadcasting and the PBS system such an extraordinary system, because it is local. Every station is locally controlled. At the end of the day, you make the decision of what ends up on your air. I don't tell you what to air, and you have access to a wide array of programming. You pick the ones that you want. We encourage you to take certain ones. We really hope you all take Ken Burns, and we hope that you take it at the same time, because we promote it nationally, and you can't take advantage of that and all of the social media and everything around it if you're not running it at the same time. But ultimately, if there's a program that you don't like, and Arkansas has done that, and because we're trying to feed the needs, to your point, of one station is different than another of an entire country. So we understand that, and we love the fact that we have organizations like APT that Becky and I have been involved in, or NETA, which is a distribution service for local station programming. If stations develop local programming and they want to try to send it out nationally, they use NETA as a distribution service. So that's what that is, because I've heard that referenced a few times. So we recognize that stations are going to look pretty different. Most stations air, most of the core kids content. Most stations air Ken Burns. Most stations air on Sunday nights all the drama. It's one of the most popular things on public broadcasting. But the whole question of a la carte, which has come up several times, we have several stations that produce a lot of content for public broadcasting, and we work with other producers. They have to make commitments way out about the productions they're doing, and they take great risk. We are not funding all of their production. And so many, many years ago, a couple decades ago, there used to be stations could buy whatever programming they want, and it didn't work. You couldn't amass enough resources to actually meet the needs of the producers who are taking risk of creating content with all the money that is needed to build those programs. And so the a la carte is something they do in radio, because radio is different. You can turn that around pretty quickly. It's mostly live, but it is not something that works in television. So we have not looked at a la carte. But again, in essence, you have a la carte, because you can decide out of a whole array of programming what you want and what you don't want.
Well, that was the most extreme example. I was also referring to the potential of, say, levels of bundling. You don't need all these services, but we definitely want these. That's right, just variations where it gives the stations more choice. It gives them more options to continue to work with you.
We are looking at our dues. We have set up a dues review a group of our board to look at how dues are assessed, because we, for many reasons, including the world has changed, but also without CPB, which also provided some of the data we use to calculate what dues stations pay. We have to do it anyway, and we're looking at different models. Public radio just announced a new dues formula. It's kind of a reverse bundle. It's like the more services you get, actually, the less you pay across the board, because it's like a discount if you take everything. And so I don't know how that would work for us. I mean, obviously, we're going to look at everything. But in terms of business and how we do business, it's changed profoundly, because we're not just a television broadcaster anymore. Now, I fight for broadcast television because I know that, particularly in a state like this, there's so many people that rely on over-the-air television. People say to me, "Oh, you mean through my cable box?" And I said, "No, they still have antennas." My colleague here used to go hang antennas on people's houses and make sure they were pointed in the right direction. So, yeah, you have to turn the pole. So, we really want to make sure that we're paying attention to really service. And I think especially as we talk about kids, I want to make sure that we're very focused on service to those communities. But, we're trying to figure out, are there additional ways to help you raise money on digital platforms? Contributions can more easily come into AETN through, those kind of mechanisms, and other ways that we can bring resources in. Are there additional deals that we can do to try to lower some of the costs for digital distribution? I've mentioned YouTube TV, which I was stumbling on before. I was nervous when I started talking to you. I don't know why. You all seem such nice people, but I get nervous. But you know, all of those deals, making sure that our content is in those places where people see it is profoundly important, and that you have to do at scale. And so figuring out other ways that we can create more efficiencies so that we're operating as a system even leaner are the things that we should be doing.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I can comment a little if you want.
Would you please?
I want the commissioners to ask all their questions.
I've got one more.
Okay. Yeah.
When PBS content goes out on Prime and Netflix also?
Yeah, so we have an arrangement with Amazon. So, you know, for many years, you could go buy a DVD. And that's how many of our producers actually were able to cover their costs and actually, you know, feed their families and so forth. So that was, but when the sale of DVDs went away, we built a relationship, working actually with our station in Boston, WGBH, we developed a relationship with Amazon. Amazon helps us pay for almost all of the drama that you see on public broadcasting. There's some viewer money that goes into it, but a lot of it comes through that relationship. And that also enables us to create a very big portfolio for Passport. So you've heard that mentioned a few times. We built that service, which is sort of like a Netflix. You know, if you don't have it, I'm sure you all are all members, so you all have Passport. But we built that as a member benefit, as a way to, you know, say thank you to people that rather than sending them the DVD, they have now access to this wonderful library, makes it easy for people to watch, it keeps them connected to the station. And through the relationship we built with Amazon, we've been able to acquire significantly more content for that platform, including some dramas that we never would have found room for on public broadcasting. And so all of that. Netflix, we have a very limited involvement with. And actually, I heard in your last discussion, some discussion about Sesame Street and Netflix, and I just wanted to straighten that out. Sesame's home is on PBS. Sesame is produced by Children's Television Workshop, or Sesame Workshop is actually really how they're called. And their cost to produce Sesame Street is quite significant. And so they also have a distribution arrangement with Netflix that helps pay for the significant portion of the production. A lot of the programming that comes to public broadcasting, we're a little bit like Rapunzel. Just think about this. Our entire content budget for PBS, for the entire country, is less than one season of Stranger Things. I used to say less than one episode of The Crown. Nobody remembers The Crown. You do, right? But less than one episode of The Crown, yeah. I loved The Crown. One episode of The Crown is our entire content budget. So we are very lean in the way that we leverage our production dollars, working in partnership with many different producers. We work with a lot of producers in the UK, obviously, and you love that programming. But we're not paying the entire production cost. We pay this much. And so for most of our children's content is really exclusive on public broadcasting, but Sesame is an expensive production. And so we have the benefit, we're paying a very small amount. By the way, the audience for Sesame Street is not on Netflix, it's on PBS. And so we're really grateful that we're able to do that much more because we have that relationship with Netflix, and they have been great partners. In fact, we have a new series from Sesame Workshop that's coming on PBS this year around the 250, and it's two characters. One is a hedgehog, and the other is a pig, and they travel around the country and they experience all states as part of what makes us special.
Does it raise concerns with, I know Arkansas TV was created to provide non-commercial content. Mm-hmm. Does it raise concerns with your organization, which was also founded on that premise, to be delving into the commercial content market?
But these aren't commercial programs. These are programs that are built for PBS that others happen to take advantage of.
I would submit some are. Some are dramatic scripted series that you could find comparable programmatic on any streaming platform. And just the fact that you're partnering with commercial streamers with content. It just seems like our guiding force is typically how Arkansas is it, how educational is it,
Yeah.
and is it available on the commercial market? Because
Yeah.
we don't want to compete with that world. We want to
Yeah.
provide what is not available.
Yeah, well, the programs that we produce are non-commercial, and they are very much within the public broadcasting mission. People love our dramas because they are engaging, they are thought-provoking. They fit. A lot of them are based on literature. I mean, they are very much a part of what PBS has always represented. They are the most popular things that we do on public broadcasting.
Completely understand,
And
but they also could be comparable to a lot of shows that are not on public television. Maybe at one time you couldn't find programming like that out on the commercial market, but now one can.
Well, I mean, look, I think that if we decided that we were no longer doing drama on public broadcasting, a lot of people would be unhappy about it because they count on us for that. And you also are again, not remembering all the people that watch us over the air.
Oh, I
And
am.
for them-
I'm asking
and for
about
them-
the dynamic of
yeah, and
the
for them,
dissonance between
there
those two.
is not that opportunity. So, look, we have these debates all the time. Look, if we wanted to just be popular, we would run dramas every night, but that's not who we are. We do it one night a week. Some stations run it a little bit more, but we do it one night a week because people enjoy it. They enjoy it on Sunday nights. It's become a tradition. I remember when I was a little kid watching Masterpiece at home with my family. I mean, this was part of the tradition of so many families. But, look, where we really focus our efforts, kids' content in particular, this is a crisis in our country in kids' content right now. A lot of kids are going to YouTube for stuff. And our programming is built on rigorous education standards. We bring in, the programs have to be built, you all know it because you're doing a kids show. Kids have to really love the show, because they're not going to watch, believe me. But then you also want to make sure, if we're putting on public broadcasting, to your great point, it has to be educational and engaging, and it has to be against core curriculum that kids need to master before they enter school. That is who we focus on. We really focus on kids that are in homes that may not have access to broadband, may not have access to a lot of streaming services and so forth, but that really would benefit from programs that are focused on basic literacy, basic math, basic problem-solving skills, all those things that if kids just have exposure, and we hope also a love of learning. That's why I love that woman who came in and talked about the Kratz. I love the Kratz. The Kratz is all about getting kids excited about our natural world and all the wonderful animals that surround us. That's PBS.
Thank you, and I apologize if you've perceived this as a debate. We don't often have the CEO of PBS.
No, this is great. I'm loving this conversation,
We're welcoming
Gary.
the opportunity to ask these questions that we would have to go through different filters to find out. It's really nice to go to the source.
Gary, invite me anytime. I am happy to come back. I love talking about all this because it's really important. Again, you're the stewards of this station, and you really should know whatever it is that you want about what it is we're thinking about and how we're managing and all of that. It's important for you to understand it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Executive Director Williams.
Just wanted to add a couple of comments. One with regards to the discussion on the 180 days and the interpretations of that. Our attorney and those who were present were very clear with what their impression was of that. But that only affected the timing. It did not affect the end result, in the sense that the reason why the decision was made was because we don't have the money to pay the dues and to continue forward in a way that allows us to grow our resources. Our resources were going to fall if we continue to do so. And so it's really the funding is the key issue here. And I appreciate how you said you want to work with us on the ways, whether it's, the pause or whether there's payment plans that are different, but still the end result is the price is going to be the same. And that's where we have a problem with the funding as it exists here in Arkansas. Our financial plight has been very public since the July 18th congressional decision. And our donors stepped up in a massive way, and we appreciated all of that support. That was so needed because we had to go into emergency management mode. And I say we, when that happened, I was in the legislature, and I remember thinking, whew, man, I feel sorry for whoever's going to have to deal with that. And so did not know that I would be sitting here right now dealing with that, but we have a very real financial situation that we're having to overcome. So our donors stepped up, but unfortunately, it was still not close to the level that we need to have a sustainable business model. And so what we're in a situation of having to do is deal with what we have. And I said earlier, I said, constraint breeds creativity. We've had to become very creative with how we meet our needs. And as you saw, 85% of our funding comes from the state of Arkansas, the Arkansas legislature. They've been very clear about what they want to see is more educational programming, Arkansas-centric. Now, we are still going to be 30% local. That means 70% national and international as well. So I can, for some of the folks that were concerned about that, but this truly is the time for us to all rally. We share a desire to save public television, but public television is what's at stake right now. All of the funding models that have been thrown out all across the country, we dealt with it first, because we had very clear indications that we had to act when we did. But it still didn't alter the fact that the funding is the fundamental problem that we're having to face. And how do we do that and do it in a sustainable way? We're trying to rally Arkansans to come together and save the voice of public television in Arkansas, because that truly is what is at stake right now. I have been involved in those discussions in our legislature about people who want to know, why are we even paying for a television station, regardless of the content? In 2026, why do we need public television? I believe, and I know you believe, we have a very necessary role in the landscape, even though there are hundreds of options available right now and thousands and really infinite on the internet. We want to save public television. Right now, financially, this is how we have to do it.
So I just want to clarify what you just said. So what you just said is that the legislature has said that they want you to produce local programming.
They want
that
more.
They want the station to be local programming.
They want the station to represent our education, our educational standards. All of our educational programming comes through the Department of Education. But they want more of an Arkansas focus. We
So
only
if they're going
produce
to
5%.
continue their funding, if they're going to continue their funding at the state, then they want the station to be local Arkansas programming.
They
Is
want
that
it to
what
be,
you said? I'm just
they
trying
want
to
it to be
clarify.
educational. They want educational programming. We are, while we're doing business as Arkansas TV right now, AETN stands for Arkansas Educational Television Network.
Yeah. Most of our stations have E in their names.
Yep.
And most of our stations, including, I ran a station, they believe that the programming that we do, which is what people were referencing when they were talking about Nova and American Experience and so many of the documentaries and so forth, that those are educational programs. When Nature, which is one of my favorites, and others, that is educational programming. That is what we were created to do, and that is what we're doing. So that doesn't count.
That is programming that we cannot afford.
I see. So again, I guess what I'm concerned about actually hearing Marge's comments earlier is that once you made the announcement, people immediately, I mean, that was a precipitous drop, and that is just the beginning. So I listened again to the presentation that was done in December and could only see the top line. So I assume that there was additional data underneath it of how much you were projecting, how much of a membership loss you would sustain. How much were you projecting of a membership loss that would balance into that budget?
It's actually based on the foundation.
Yes,
So,
I know you said that before, but you
It
didn't
is.
quantify that with a number. So
So
what
are you-
percentage of loss of membership money were you factoring in would be sustained if you drop PBS? Because obviously that's the key number.
It was around 62%.
So you were factoring in a loss of 62% of your funding?
I believe that's what we had given to the network, so I think that's what they put into their.
And you're going to replace that with local underwriting? You're going to replace the funding with underwriting?
That will be part of it, yes.
Yeah. Which you know moves against the trends around the country. Yeah, underwriting and advertising is significantly challenged right now. And so I'm just asking these questions because I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to really understand how you've constructed this budget and what assumptions you're making. Because I'm concerned about you as a PBS station. I'm wearing that hat, but I'm concerned about you being a public television station. And I just have seen, local programming people love. I should have Becky because she produces a ton of local programming, but it's not usually supported by either membership or really volumes of corporate underwriting. So I'm just concerned about the suppositions that you're making. Did you build in a significant increase in corporate underwriting for the foundation?
No.
Carlton, are you saying as another GM, are you saying that if you've got people in your community that want to raise this money, then it becomes if you're saying you've got people in your community, you and I are colleagues, we're the same. We're the same in this network. And it's not a network, we're the same in this member service. And you've got people in this room, 2 first ladies, who have said they would help raise the $2 million that is the PBS dues for you to retain being a PBS member and therefore increase your membership to your foundation, which would only enhance your local content. You're saying as a CEO of this organization, AETN, that you would not take that $2 million?
Excuse me, ma'am. We don't.
I'm just curious.
I know, but you have focused director to director in a
Okay,
debate.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
I'm sorry.
We're trying to understand the big picture, and as are you. And I greatly appreciate what you brought here, the discussion that we've had. We've been open, and even when we had to redirect things, that's been just fine too. So no one is coming here and making a decision based on just what they're hearing. Right, this isn't the debate to determine that.
I know that.
So
I apologize.
what we're trying to do is get to the place that's going to best serve our constituents, which are the people of Arkansas.
I agree.
And so we're all on board with that. We want what is best for the people of Arkansas. I have wondered, a lot of this talk about funding at the state level, that's where, as Director Wing said, 85% of our budget comes from. That's from the state. Advocacy to the state about funding. At the national level, advocacy at the national level comes, we've seen other, like so the Department of Education, they've talked about returning money to the states.
Right.
Why couldn't that work in this model? Is there advocacy going on at your level about having the funding that was dedicated to CPB to be considered to come to the states and help the states individually?
I think all the stations, to you, and thank you, and I apologize. I want us to work together.
Yes.
I want us to work together.
She's passionate.
I am passionate, sorry.
Well, I
I've had
know,
a
but
long
we
career.
also, we have a,
And I know you got time, you got time, and y'all have been so gracious with your time, and you've been so welcoming, and I'm grateful for that. We're all advocating. We're all advocating at the state level, at local level, at the national level still, as you said. Because it is important for that money to come back to the state. It is important for it. This is like an information highway. You're creating something that is so beautifully, uniquely made, and that $1.60 a citizen that we lost from the federal government really helped us maintain the system that we have and enhance it. And you're enhancing it with local content, which is great. We're all doing that. We're all looking at how can we add more local while retaining this national anchor that really people love and support and is proven to educate and entertain and connect and protect. That's what we do as public broadcasters. But PBS, and I am passionate about PBS, it is a uniquely beautiful membership system. And you all are so gracious to be leading at a time of great change and chaos. And what you're doing on a local level is enviable. I'm saying, I love some of the things that you're doing, and I think it is replicable across the country. You can, one of the things I love about PBS is being able to say, we just partnered with a station out in Wyoming to do a documentary on arts. That goes through PBS, so then it puts Oklahoma and Tennessee out in the national landscape. You all do that, but it goes through PBS. It reaches everybody.
It's the hand we were dealt. This is situation that we're in is not of any of our choosing.
No, I know.
And yet we are here.
I know.
Any other comments?
I'd just like to add, because it was dangling out there, you say you've got people that are ready to and willing to raise money. That's great. If they're willing to sign a promissory note, that's different. We have to deal with the facts as they are in front of us right now, which is the money that we have and the money that we don't. If money comes in the future, then perhaps the whole decision-making process can be changed. But as an executive director, I have to see, just like you do, that there's a balance sheet, and there's money that's here or money that's not. And so we have, as I mentioned before, since July, our plight has been very, very public. If somebody else has the magic pill, great. We are willing to talk. But right now, we have to operate that in a way that we can operate tomorrow.
I know, Carlton, I do too. We're all doing it. You know, it was an instant loss for all of us. And we've made changes. We've made I've got 8 positions I'm not filling over the last 2 years because of this. We're looking at everything. We're on a contingency budget just like you, and we're filling that gap. Thanks to viewers like you, we're filling that gap. We still have a percentage to make up. There's no doubt about it, and we've got to close the gap so it doesn't compound into next year. But the loss of PBS would increase that gap just unbelievably. I would not be able to close the gap without PBS. And so that's just as a fellow director, appreciative of the plight that you're in, fully understanding how great your board is to help you shepherd this decision, and to have really dedicated citizens show up to say, we'll help in this matter. Just don't leave PBS. I hear you. It's not a one-time deal. You got to do it every year, right? Just like you have all these other things to cover every year. All I'm saying is, if there's something we can do as a system, if there's something I can do as a fellow GM, as a sister station, in regards to PBS, there's ways for us to work on this together so that Arkansas has the best of both worlds, that you have all of it. You have all of it.
Appreciate it. Any other comments, questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Very gracious. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have comments from commissioners.
So now is the appropriate time?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to be out of order, Mr. Chair.
No.
All right. I would like to offer a motion. I move to suspend the disaffiliation from PBS for 180 days while we continue to evaluate other resources that may be available. I need a second.
I second.
Now may I speak to my motion, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we do have a motion, second discussion.
Okay. So I think, first of all, we could easily revisit this at our next meeting. I think that there's an enthusiastic group of Arkansans who would continue to step up and support and help us sustain this relationship. As speaking as a minority, no pun intended, on the commission, I do think this is a bipartisan issue, which we see from the Arkansas Friends of PBS. And I personally have heard from many Arkansans, and I know you all, Ann and I were talking about that too, I think 1,500 emails, and who are withholding their PBS donations. And I'd like to try to bring them back into the fold and to work to maintain this relationship. I do hear, and I want to acknowledge both my colleagues who have legislative ties and the folks who have been concerned about the need for increased Arkansas programming. I think we're in a very good place to say to the legislature, we heard you. We are producing, number one, we're making accessible these educational materials. Number two, we're doing much more Arkansas-focused production. But I think we're richer if we have both. So I just really am grateful to make this motion. I wanted you to know where I'm coming from, and I thank you for that little bit of time to speak to my motion, Mr. Chair.
Well, certainly. Thank you for waiting all that time to make your motion. Any other comments? I did want to ask, by suspending for 180 days, that means with taking what you said, the rolling 180-day notice, that would put us on the hook for over $1 million in dues.
Not until the end of the 180 days.
I like to do math quickly in
Well,
my head.
think of it this way, just imagine we're in January, or January 1st. We go to the point that the relationship would have ended.
It would be prorated for the rest of the year, so whenever we hit that point, right? So you're gonna take the time, and then you're gonna roll forward the 180 days. When you end your affiliation, we'll prorate the dues that would have been left to be paid.
So what I'm
I
wanting to
guess-
share with our commissioners, that is a $1 million commitment to pause for 180 days.
We're committing to pay, that's what I was trying to find out about the pause.
That's right.
We would be committed
To pay for the next.
for the next 6
100
months.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, let's,
Paul,
I operate months, not days.
I think you're making an assumption that she said it should be for 6 months. She said she's pausing the 180-day period.
No, the motion was for
The motion is
180 days.
pausing.
Exactly, so it could be 2 months, it could be 3 months. It's
Are
not.
you suggesting pausing for a full 180 days, or just pausing the 180-day? I'm just clarifying your language.
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, I said for 180 days, but I'd be willing to have a friendly amendment, because I think in 3 more months, we could see where we were fundraising wise, and if my fellow commissioners were nervous or we could revisit it.
And
Yes, ma'am.
question would be also 180 days, we could visit it again
Right.
in October, I think.
Right, that
quarterly
would
meeting.
be, yeah. So it's up to you guys.
Is it not also true that if the decision has been made, we've now got clarity about the rolling deadline, it could be made, the decision could be made at that time without any action today. I mean, do you
So
follow?
we could, in other words,
Before we disaffiliate,
so
I don't know the necessity of the motion, I guess.
you're saying we could revisit it in June?
It could be, but there's no.
But I also think that if we're looking to see what our citizens of Arkansas want to give us to keep PBS, we've got to let them know we're open to it. So that's why I was asking what the pause means.
That's
Not to reverse what we've done, but to hold what we've done. Just
Yeah.
if we want to see what comes in.
Right,
If they
instead of a
know we're
hard
saying,
stop.
look, we're looking at you now.
Yeah.
All right, Arkansans,
This is where
we
we're-
heard you. You show us.
You filled our inboxes and we appreciate it, but
Send money.
right, I mean, but I don't know, I mean, we could talk in June, if the money didn't increase between now and June, then maybe we have to,
Did
did you hear what?
Yes, but in fairness and in honesty of communication,
Yes,
I do not want to present to the public
yes.
that if you send in your money, that this is gonna change. That puts an unreasonable burden on the donors, on the citizens. I just don't see the necessity of pausing this this period. If we need to revisit it, we will get all the information, we'll have the tools to do that.
Well,
But to make any promise to the public, I think it's.
The reason for my
No,
motion
we're having a.
yeah, the reason for my motion was that there is a vote to, by June, disaffiliate. I'm trying to, that's not a pause. So if we want flexibility, I'm trying to reverse that. That's where I'm at.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Anybody? All right. Well, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And the chair would say nay as well. But we didn't do a roll call vote.
Do you want to do a
And
roll
also,
call?
Gary, it'd be helpful, I think, after that discussion, just to clearly state the motion again.
And, no, nothing.
Are you looking to me to restate
Well,
it?
whoever,
Dean
Dean
Nance
Nance,
would need
would
to
you
restate.
clarify the motion just for the next vote?
Okay, so.
I had moved to suspend disaffiliation for 180 days. That was the original motion.
Yeah.
Very simple.
Majority of the
Pause.
Right, to suspend, pause, same word, while we continue to evaluate the resources that are available to support PBS programming.
Yeah.
Realizing that nothing,
Is promised. Thank you.
I want to stress again, that means that we're on the hook for dues, no matter what.
Does that mean we're on the hook for dues until the 180 days? That's what the.
However long we go into it, we have to give a 180-day
You will
notice.
pay as long as you are members of PBS. So if you just look at it that way. So as long as you continue to be members of PBS, your next dues will be due at the end of the calendar year, like November, I think. That would be your next block of dues.
But you don't just end it. It's a 6-month notice. So there's 6 months of dues at least, wherever you decide to make that next decision. So again, the position for me, the reason I would, and the chair doesn't vote unless it's a tie, but the reason I would vote against this is because we have that ability right now to do exactly what you're saying without the obligation of future dues.
They won't give. They won't give. This is what I'm trying to say, but you won't let me say. People are not gonna give if you don't.
That's not the, that's not,
But that's true.
Yes, that's the reason that you have to pause the decision.
So
And let them know that you have paused the decision and that you're giving them a window
That's right.
to step up. That's why you have to structure it that way. Otherwise,
That makes sense.
you're going down a path and there's no motivation for them to give because you're on a path to disaffiliate by June.
I think that's a terrible position to put the public in, is to, so.
I
But
feel like they've asked for that.
Yeah, they
should.
those that were here did.
and
And yes,
1,500 emails.
Right.
and those,
So I just want to go back to our December meeting to clarify something with the foundation, that there was funding to get us through this period. Am I misspeaking?
What we announced at the December commission meeting was that based on the trajectory of fundraising we had at that point, that we felt confident that we would have enough to be able to commit through FY '27.
Okay.
We have, of course, seen
Right.
those contributions go down now.
Right.
What we have not done is gone to the board, to the foundation board, and said, okay, if there is a willingness to keep moving forward with PBS affiliation, to what degree, if any, might the foundation board be willing to dip into some endowed assets that is not something you typically want to do, dipping into corpus.
Yeah.
But that option is there, and they know that it's there, so, but that has not, that hasn't been requested of them yet, so they have not had to make that decision, so I can't speak for them. But certainly, I agree with what what Paula said, that in the absence of articulating this as a pause, that there is no reason for people to continue giving. I think that a pause gives an opportunity potentially, because there is certainly a heightened awareness around this now that did not exist 6 months ago, of just how consequential contributions are. I think that we say so often, it depends on viewers like you, sometimes it can feel like that's,
It really does.
that is, yes, that's not really, you know, that accurate. And now I think there is an understanding that it is in fact precisely that situation, so.
Director Wing?
Yeah, just one thing to keep in mind is that one of the things that figured into our projections was that even if the foundation was able to make that Herculean effort to be able to get those dues paid, it would still not be able to meet the network obligations that we count on annually to be able to do business as a station, which is anywhere between 1.3 and 1.5 million. So it'd have to be on top of that as well.
So covering the full CPB loss, not just the additional amount needed for the PBS dues.
Yeah, you'd have to be able to meet the dues and also the network commitments, or else we don't have vital funds that we need every year to be able to continue to operate.
And the contractual commitments for other programming?
Yeah.
All right.
But I have one more question to the chairman, if I could, or to the executive director, Carl. If we kept our PBS affiliation for the time being, does that not also give you a chance to develop more local, buy you time to develop more local programming if we don't hold on to our PBS in 6 months or in 9 months or whatever time limit? I think we need to be clear about that in our motion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, what we are operating at deficit spending. And you remember the cliffs that we had in the grass in the last commission meeting. And it showed if we stayed paying the PBS dues, it was a cliff of losing well over $2 million a year. That would be prorated by a 6-month drop at that point, but at that same level. Whereas if we were not paying PBS dues, it was more of a slant. We're still losing money either way, but the other way gives us a longer runway to make those necessary changes.
The way I interpreted Dean Nance's motion, Professor Nance, I don't know what your title is today.
Not yet.
Was that we delay up to 180 days. That's the way I interpreted that. I need to ask a question of PBS. If we delay 180 days and say can't do it, I want to be clear, we only owe for 180 days. 180 days past the contract's expiration, just say. We're not going to pay for the whole year if we disaffiliate.
No, you don't have to pay for the whole year. It's just,
I just want to be clear.
whenever you leave PBS, it's prorated. So if you've got 6 months left in the year, that's what would be that would be absolved. That's what I'm trying to say.
And I hate to jump in, can I clarify also, if I remember, a larger portion was paid in November. So how does the prorated payment, is that affected by, I can't remember, it was 85%. Is that also reflected in that initial larger sum in November?
We would prorate it, we would look at the dues as paid for the whole year, and we would prorate it for the part of the year that would not be, we just front run the payment because we're making advance payments on content and so forth. So it would be prorated for the piece of the year that you would not be a member of PBS.
And the other thing is the board is doing that dues committee just to try to look at the dues and the dues payment. That's happening in the next 6 months. So that's another thing, if you had a little bit of time.
We've gone way out of order in discussion after a vote has been taken. But does anyone want to change their vote at this point?
Shouldn't we roll call, don't you think?
If you're calling for it.
I'm calling for it, please.
Right. All right. Commissioner Cowan?
I vote in favor of the motion.
What was that?
I vote in favor of the motion.
Dee Nance?
Aye.
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 Nay.
All right, it is 4-1. The motion passes. I'm going to request, we have our scheduled meetings, be nimble,
Yeah.
in case.
Agreed.
We only regularly meet quarterly, as you know. I also seek a change in the quarterly, this second Thursday of each month conflicts with the State Board of Education. And I need to be at those meetings, and sometimes many of the same people in the room need to be at those meetings. So I would ask that we consider a different date, could be the third Thursday. But I would just leave it to you and the staff to determine and let us know.
That sounds good.
What's our next scheduled date?
The next scheduled date in
June 5th was last year, so around that. It's June
4th, 11th, or 18th, is either one of those? Is that what you were saying? Which?
No, it needs to be not the second Thursday of each month.
Okay,
So a different,
It's usually the first week of the month, but this time we moved it to the
oh, is that what it, okay, well, just be aware, so, okay. And I'll have to look and see what that would.
So can we just change our calendar if it conflicts?
Yes, yes, yes. With that, we have now commissioner comments, so we'll start with Commissioner Cohen.
Heavens. I was just humbled and honored by the people that spoke today.
Yes.
It represented the people who had sent emails to me. And I can't not state what should be self-evident. There was no public comment in favor of disaffiliation, not in one email, not in one comment. So if our job is to be fiscal stewards, absolutely. That's why that vote came last time. It was, we saw the cliff and we responded, and we see the people and we see that swell and we are responding, and I feel like it's appropriate. So I appreciate the comment from today.
Thank you.
I appreciate all the people who came today from far and from near, and I also appreciate the way we operate as a board. These are tough issues. The respect shown on different opinions, feeling like I'll be heard, feeling like I hope you feel that I hear you. I'm just grateful for that. I don't want your job, but I promise to help work to make it easier. And with that, I'll end.
And I always like to give somebody a second chance. So that's the reason I voted the way I did. At least we have 180 days to see if we can raise the money. And
Does that mean second chance that you would be chairman again?
but I also would like to tell everybody, I've enjoyed my 8 years on this board and this commission, and we'll be missing everybody. I really will be.
But you serve till you're replaced. That's what I'm reminding him.
That is true.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to say my.
And people are reappointed.
Yeah. Well, you know, at 80 years old, I think.
Be an optimist.
Yeah. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I've enjoyed my time on this board. I guess I could say enjoyed it. It's not been a board where we just sit and nod yes.
Yeah, that's true.
This station means a lot to me. Alan Weatherly's widow coming in
Yeah.
meant a lot to me. I thought the world of Alan. I think the world of this place. I was on Arkansas Week in the 90s for 10 years. I did that. This place means, that which is local programming, by the way. So I shouldn't be pointing at you. You know it's local. Point to whoever's watching. That is local programming. It means a lot to my children. I have a librarian, to the librarian that came in daughter. I have a teacher daughter, says, Mom, you can't get rid of BBC. And she's on an antenna. I hope that people hear that we listened, but I hope that the people know that we listened to them, also know that we still have a financial obligation to keep this station running.
Yeah.
And if nothing changes, then our original decision from December is gonna hold. We're not gonna have a choice. So if people don't step up, if corporations don't step up, if foundations don't step up, then we're gonna just be back where we were. We've just given you a chance to voice or to write the check.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to once again say how much I appreciate Woody Freeman.
Yeah, thank you, Marie.
You've been a great commissioner. We will miss you. And Annette Harrington, she was here for what, 14 years?
Yes, can we do it?
Yeah. I really appreciate, and I'm learning a lot for those of you that have been here. This is my second year. I appreciate the public being here.
Yes.
It is so important
Yes.
to hear your voice, and I heard you. I want to say that I really appreciate our team. This Arkansas TV is so creative. You really don't know unless you come and visit, watch what they're doing, the amount of talent that Arkansas has gathered. I am always impressed about the new things that they're doing, and especially about education and how we're marketing that huge emphasis. It's very important. It's very important to our governor because it's very important to the students of Arkansas. That's our focus. That's our main focus. And I am here to say Director Wing and our educational director, Ms. Kumparis, are just excellent. And of course, Lindsay with marketing it, and Marge with raising money. And I am just always impressed when I come here to a meeting. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do. James, I meant to mention you.
I've talked a lot, so I won't talk a lot now. But thank all of you for your consideration, all of you for attending, all the people who came today. We are better when all voices are raised.
Amen.
And there are disparate opinions, as Dean Nance pointed out, but it's done with respect, and it's done with collegiality and an ability to change our minds. Now, I would also say that having some experience in this world, that all voices should raise their voices, because it is not just a one-sided thing on this issue. We have a group of people that are very motivated and came, and I applaud them, and I want them to come back and to keep raising your voice. But also, everybody across the spectrum on this issue and others at all levels of government need to raise their voice and make sure that it is heard. And I'm pleased that for something that we have not done before,
Yes.
this was a good experience for all of us. So,
And we need to remind all the people asking us to change our mind that we don't control the budget.
we are the spenders. We are the spenders.
We don't.
We are not the funders. So, and Carlton has one thing.
I have one last thing. We have something for Woody. It's just a little thing of appreciation for all of your years. You are one of the kindest people I have ever met. And I appreciate our